In 1945, at the end of World War II, there were 198,000 registered motorcycles in the United States. That is the entire country. 198,000 machines. By 1960, that number had grown to 575,000. Still modest. Still a notch. Then something happened that the motorcycle industry had never seen before and has never quite seen since. Between 1960 and 1965, 5 years, the number of registered motorcycles in America surged from 575,000 to 1,382,000. It more than doubled. By 1971, it had surpassed 3 million. And as of 1974, Americans had registered a total of 5 million motorcycles on the country's roads and highways. 5 million motorcycles in a country of 210 million people. 1 for every 42 Americans. In a decade and a half. What caused that? Several things happened at once, and understanding all of them is the only way to understand what the 1970s motorcycle culture actually was, because the culture that formed around those 5 million bikes was shaped directly by who was buying them and why. The first force was Easy Rider. The 1969 film starring Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper did something no motorcycle manufacturer's advertising campaign had ever accomplished. It made the motorcycle into a symbol of freedom that reached people who had never considered owning one. The Captain America chopper, long forks, raked frame, stars, and stripes paint became the most recognized motorcycle image in American history within weeks of the film's release. Demand for choppers specifically exploded. Custom builders who had been working out of garages for small local clienteles suddenly had national reputations and waiting lists. The second force was Honda's You Meet the Nicest People campaign, which had run through the 1960s and succeeded in stripping the outlaw stigma from motorcycles for a mainstream middle-class audience. By 1970, the cultural message had bifurcated. Riding was simultaneously outlaw freedom and wholesome transportation, and somehow both messages were pulling people in. The third force was the most important one for understanding the culture that formed. They were coming home from Vietnam. Between 1964 and 1973, approximately 2.7 million Americans served in Vietnam. They came home in waves. And unlike the World War II generation, which came home to parades and the GI Bill in a country that called them heroes, the Vietnam veterans came home to something that was, and I want to say this carefully and accurately, deeply complicated. Some came home to indifference. Some came home to outright hostility. Many came home to a country that did not know what to do with them and was not particularly interested in figuring it out. The 1973 recession hit the same year the last troops came home. Jobs were scarce. The skills they had spent years developing were not exactly in demand in a peacetime economy. And many of these men, young, disciplined, trained for high-stress environments, looking for something that made sense in a world that did not, found motorcycles. The Vietnam vet's MC would later put it in a single sentence that I think is one of the most honest descriptions of that moment in American history. They said, "We went away as patriots and returned as outlaws." The motorcycle did not cause that transformation, but it absorbed it. The machine became the place where men who felt rejected by their own country could still build something, belong to something, and move through a landscape on their own terms. To understand the 1970s motorcycle culture, you have to understand what the machines actually were. Because the relationship between rider and machine in that era was completely different from what it is today. And the difference is not about quality. The difference is about what the machine demanded of you. The dominant American motorcycle of the 1970s was the Harley-Davidson, specifically the Shovelhead V-twin that powered everything from the Sportster to the Electra Glide. The Shovelhead had been in production since 1966, and it was, by the standards of the era, a powerful and characterful engine that rewarded riders who understood it and punished those who did not. The 1970 Harley-Davidson FLH Electra Glide sold for somewhere between $2,500 and $2,900 new. The Sportster was around $2,000. A factory worker in a manufacturing job earning the median industrial wage of roughly $7,500 per year in 1970 could buy a new Sportster for about 3 months of gross income. A new Harley was genuinely attainable for a working-class rider who chose to prioritize it. Now here's the part of the Harley story in the 1970s that the official brand history tends to gloss over, and I personally think deserves to be stated clearly. In 1969, the founding family sold Harley-Davidson to American Machine and Foundry, AMF, a company whose primary expertise was bowling equipment. AMF was not wrong to see that the motorcycle market was exploding. They invested capital that Harley-Davidson needed. But what they did with the production line was, depending on who you ask, either necessary for survival or nearly fatal to the brand. AMF pushed Harley's factories to double their output. Production doubled. Quality control did not keep pace. The result was that as many as 30% of the vehicles coming off the assembly line were incomplete. Workers went on strike, a 100-day strike, unhappy with management decisions that they felt were destroying the product they built with pride. Dealers received bikes that were not fully assembled and sometimes had to complete the work themselves on the showroom floor. Riders bought new Harleys and immediately started fixing things that should not have needed fixing. The nicknames that attach themselves to AMF-era Harleys tell you everything about what riders thought. Hardly drivable, Hardly Abelson, Hogley Ferguson. Harley's market share in the super heavyweight category had been 80% in 1969. By 1979, it was 20%. The Japanese manufacturers had moved in while Harley was building bikes that leaked oil and stalled. But here's the thing about that story that gets missed every time it is told as a simple corporate failure narrative. The riders who bought those AMF Harleys and dealt with the problems, they fixed them. They learned every system. They developed deep diagnostic knowledge from necessity. They built relationships with independent mechanics who knew the shovelhead the way a surgeon knows an anatomy. And many of those riders will tell you today that owning an imperfect machine that demanded your attention was a better education in motorcycles than owning a perfect one would have been. The Japanese machines told a completely different story. In 1969, Honda released the CB750, the first true superbike, and it was faster, smoother, and more reliable than anything Harley was building. In 1972, Kawasaki released the Z1 900cc inline 4, which embarrassed the American machines in every performance metric. Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, and Kawasaki were offering better engineered, more efficient, lower cost motorcycles throughout the 1970s, and riders who did not have brand loyalty to Harley were buying them without hesitation. The result was a 1970s motorcycle landscape that was genuinely diverse in a way that American motorcycle culture has not been since. You had Harley loyalists who would ride nothing else and could fix anything on the machine by hand. You had Japanese bike riders who chose their machines for performance and reliability. You had custom builders working across both platforms. And you had somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million registered motorcycles on American roads. By the middle of the decade, the highest per capita motorcycle ownership in American history. The image of the 1970s motorcycle culture that the industry would like you to have is the factory product, the showroom floor, the advertised machine. That image is almost entirely false. The culture was built in garages. It was built by men with no formal training and no backing who figured things out because figuring things out was the only option available to them. And a few of those men became so good at what they did in those garages that their work defined what American motorcycles look like for generations. Arlen Ness is the most important figure in that story, and I personally think he is one of the most underappreciated Americans in the history of manufacturing. Not motorcycle manufacturing, manufacturing. Because what Ness did was not just build beautiful motorcycles, he built an entire industry around the idea that production machines were starting points, not finished products. Ness grew up in San Lorenzo, California. He worked as a pin setter at a bowling alley and later as a postal worker and furniture mover. He played semi-professional bowling and used his tournament earnings to buy his first motorcycle in 1963, a 1947 Harley-Davidson Knucklehead for $300. He took it to his home garage in San Leandro and started customizing it. He had no formal training. He had a spray gun and a vision. The first customized Ness bike won awards at motorcycle shows. Riders started asking him to work on their bikes. By the early 1970s, his business had grown enough that he moved from his home garage to a storefront on East 14th Street in San Leandro. He was now a professional builder. He created his first catalog, actually, as he described it, a list that his wife Bev typed up with handwritten prices next to each item. What Ness built in those years was not the Easy Rider chopper. He explicitly rejected that direction. The Easy Rider aesthetic was tall, high handlebars reaching for the sky, extended forks pushing the front wheel far out in front, sissy bars climbing above the rider's head. Ness went the opposite direction. He pioneered what became known as the digger style, or lowrider chopper, frames slammed to the ground, goose-necked steering heads, flat handlebars, minimal seat, angular fuel tank following the frame line. He was drawing from California's drag racing scene rather than the chopper counterculture. The result was machines that looked like they were going fast standing still. Every major custom builder after Ness was either building on what he established or consciously reacting against it. He had done, from a bowling alley paycheck and a home garage, what no corporation with a design department and an engineering team had managed to do. He created a genuinely new American aesthetic for the motorcycle. The builders who worked outside the coasts had their own sensibilities. In the Northeast, custom builders adapted the chopper form for an environment that was not the open California highway. Indian Larry, who would come to wider fame later but whose roots were in the 1970s New York scene, pioneered what you might call the urban survival chopper. Narrow enough to split gridlock traffic, low enough to navigate tight spaces, loud enough to announce its presence to drivers who were not looking. These were not show bikes, they were tools. In the Midwest, in shops scattered across manufacturing towns where skilled metal workers and machinists had the background to do precision fabrication, custom building had a different character again. More engineering, less art. Machines built to a standard of function that the California aesthetic sometimes sacrificed. The common thread across all of it was that the people building these motorcycles had skin in the game that went beyond money. They were building their identities. The machine was the statement about who you were, where you came from, what you believed, what you were willing to work for. No two bikes were the same because no two builders were the same. That diversity of expression, that organic development of a culture from the ground up, is what was lost when the industry consolidated. When the custom motorcycle became a factory offering, when you could buy a custom look from a showroom, something that had required years of skill and vision to produce became something you could have for a lease payment. The word club has accumulated so much mythology, positive and negative, that it is almost impossible to use accurately. So let me be precise about what the 1970s motorcycle club landscape actually looked like, because it was considerably more complicated than either the romanticized version or the criminal organization version that tend to dominate the storytelling. The outlaw club world was real and was not romantic. The Hells Angels had patched over the Aliens chapter in New York City in December 1969. And by the mid-1970s, the New York chapter had become one of the club's largest and most powerful in the country. What had started as post-war rebels on motorcycles had, by the 1970s, evolved into something considerably darker. Organizations involved in drug distribution, contract violence, and territorial warfare with rival clubs. The biker wars of the 1970s were not mythologized outlaw freedom. They were real conflicts over real criminal enterprise that resulted in real deaths. But the outlaw world was not the motorcycle club world. It was a fraction of it, and the fraction it represented had an outsized cultural footprint that obscured the much larger community underneath. The AMA, the American Motorcyclists Association, had hundreds of sanctioned clubs across the country. These were the clubs that organized charity rides, that showed up to support veterans events, that ran the Daytona Bike Week activities, and the Sturgis Rally festivities that were not about criminality. These clubs provided the same function for their members that the outlaw clubs provided for theirs: brotherhood, belonging, a shared identity built around a shared passion without the criminal element. Sturgis itself tells the story of how the community grew through the decade. In 1970, the rally drew 3,000 riders. 3,000. By 1975, it had expanded to a 7-day event and was drawing tens of thousands. By the end of the decade, 30,000 riders per year were making the journey to the Black Hills of South Dakota. What had been a regional racing event, organized by the Jack Pine Gypsies Motorcycle Club, was becoming a national pilgrimage, a place where riders from every region and every background showed up and recognized each other as part of the same culture. That recognition, the nod between riders on the road, the unspoken acknowledgement that you are part of something, was the social fabric of the 1970s motorcycle culture. It required nothing from you beyond showing up on a bike. No brand loyalty required, no club affiliation required, no particular level of wealth or status required. You rode. You were part of it. The Vietnam veterans who flooded into motorcycle culture after 1973 brought something specific with them that changed the community's character. They had operational discipline, the ability to execute, to plan, to look after the people next to them under pressure. Clubs built around veteran membership ran with a structure and a seriousness that purely recreational clubs sometimes lacked. The Rolling Thunder event, which would eventually become one of the largest veteran gatherings in American history, had its spiritual roots in this period. Veterans who felt invisible to the country that had sent them to war, finding visibility and voice through the culture of riding. I personally think the Vietnam veteran motorcycle community is the most important and least understood chapter of the 1970s American motorcycle history. These were men who came home carrying something they could not fully explain to anyone who had not been there. The motorcycle gave them something to do with it. The road gave them somewhere to put it. The club gave them people who did not need it explained. By the mid-1970s, the motorcycle community had 5 million registered bikes and real political weight for the first time in its history. And the political fight that erupted in this period set the template for every regulatory battle in motorcycle culture that has happened since. In 1966, Congress passed the Highway Safety Act, which included provisions that could effectively require states to mandate helmet use as a condition of receiving federal highway funding. By the early 1970s, 47 states had enacted mandatory helmet laws under this pressure. The rider response was organized and fierce. This was not a fringe campaign. This was a mainstream motorcycle community, millions of riders, not thousands, mobilizing against a law that many saw as the first major encroachment of the government into a decision that should belong to the individual rider. The argument was simple. The risk of riding without a helmet falls on the rider. No one else is endangered by my uncovered head. The government's interest in my personal safety does not override my personal liberty. The political pressure worked. In 1976, Congress removed the financial penalty on states that did not enforce helmet laws. Within 2 years, 28 states had repealed their mandatory helmet requirements. It was one of the most successful grassroots political campaigns in motorcycle history, and it was run by riders who organized through their clubs, their rallies, and their shared understanding that what happened in one state would eventually reach theirs. I am not going to tell you whether mandatory helmet laws are right or wrong. I personally wear a helmet every time I ride, and I have for years. But the political fight over helmets in the 1970s matters to this story because it demonstrated something about the motorcycle community that is often overlooked. When the community was genuinely united around a shared interest, not divided by brand loyalty, not fragmented by marketing positioning, not sorted into demographic categories by the industry, it was capable of winning. The oil crisis of 1973 added another dimension to the motorcycle's cultural and practical position in America. When OPEC cut oil production and gas lines formed at stations across the country, suddenly the motorcycle's fuel efficiency became a serious practical consideration for people who had previously thought of it purely as a lifestyle choice. A Honda CB750 that could travel 50 miles on a gallon of gas was not just a freedom machine, it was a sensible response to a crisis that nobody had seen coming. Motorcycle registrations, which had already been climbing through the late 1960s and early 1970s, got another push from the oil crisis. People who had not previously thought about riding started thinking about it. The 5 million registration number by 1974 reflects both the cultural momentum from Easy Rider and the practical calculation of fuel costs that the oil crisis introduced. By the late 1970s, something was changing. It did not announce itself. There was no single moment. But the culture that had built itself from the ground up over the course of a decade was beginning to calcify in ways that would eventually hollow it out. The Japanese manufacturers had created something the custom builders had not fully anticipated, the universal Japanese motorcycle. Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki, and Suzuki were producing reliable, affordable, comfortable machines that required almost no maintenance knowledge from their riders. The CB750, the Z1, the GS750, these were not demanding machines. They did not need to be understood. They needed to be ridden. And that was genuinely appealing to a rider who wanted transportation rather than a project. The problem was not that those machines existed. The problem was what their dominance began to do to the relationship between rider and machine across the whole culture. When the average rider no longer needed to understand how the engine worked to keep it running, the average rider stopped learning. The deep mechanical knowledge that had characterized the working-class motorcycle community, the ability to diagnose by sound, to fabricate a part when the OEM part was unavailable, to solve a problem on the side of the road with what you had in your pocket, began to erode. Harley-Davidson's response to Japanese competition through the late 1970s was to lean harder into identity rather than engineering. You were not buying a Harley for its performance numbers, you were buying it for what it meant. That repositioning would eventually save the company after the 1981 management buyout from AMF and the extraordinary turnaround that followed, but it also completed the transformation of the Harley from working-class machine to something else. Something that cost more, required less mechanical engagement from its rider, and carried an increasingly expensive set of cultural associations that made it aspirational rather than accessible. A new 1976 Electra Glide was $3,375. Adjusted for real wage growth, that bike was still attainable for a working man who prioritized it. But the trajectory of Harley pricing from that point forward would take the flagship of American motorcycle manufacturing further and further from the working-class rider who had been its natural constituency. The chopper era burned itself out around this time as well. The extreme machines that had defined the visual language of early 1970s motorcycle culture. Forks stretched to impossible lengths. Frames raked at angles that made handling genuinely difficult. Sissy bars reaching skyward had pushed the form as far as it could reasonably go. Riders who had been building for expression were ready for machines that were also actually practical. Disc brakes, electric starters, suspension that worked. The visual extremism of the early chopper era gave way to machines that were still custom, still individual, but were also rideable on a long highway day without your wrists aching. The custom builders who survived that transition were the ones who understood that the style had to serve the rider, not just make a statement. Arlen Ness understood this. His digger style had never sacrificed rideability for visual drama the way the extreme choppers had. The builders who had built purely for shock value found that shock value has a short shelf life. By 1980, when 40,000 riders arrived in Sturgis, a number that would have been unimaginable at the start of the decade, the rally was beginning to look less like a gathering of riders and more like an event. The vendors were multiplying. The entertainment was becoming a reason to attend in itself. The motorcycle was still there, still the central object, but it was sharing the stage with things that had nothing to do with riding. That is not a complaint. Growth is growth. But something in the texture of the community changed when it became large enough to be a market rather than just a culture. When the brands recognized that riders were a demographic with money to spend, the riders stopped being the people who built the culture and started being the people the culture was being built for. Los Angeles in 1970 was a city that had not finished deciding what it wanted to be. The aerospace industry that had built the Southern California middle class was contracting. The Vietnam War had ended and defense money was pulling back. The freeways that planners had cut through neighborhoods in the 1950s and 1960s were already aging, already producing the daily gridlock that made a motorcycle not a lifestyle statement, but a practical answer to a specific daily problem. The San Francisco Bay Area was a different chaos. The counterculture had peaked at Haight-Ashbury in 1967 and dispersed into the surrounding communities, into Oakland, into Berkeley, into the working class East Bay cities that had none of the flower power romance and all of the anti-establishment energy. These were factory workers and truck drivers and former military men. People who had heard the message about freedom and translated it into something physical, a machine you built with your own hands that took you anywhere you wanted to go. And the weather. Let me be clear about the weather because it matters more than any other single factor in this story. 300 days a year of riding weather, a coastline that produces one of the most extraordinary riding roads in the world, the Pacific Coast Highway, 60 miles of two-lane between Los Angeles and Santa Barbara, which in the 1970s had almost none of the traffic it carries today. The Santa Monica Mountains, cutting between the San Fernando Valley and the coast, laced with roads that rewarded the skilled and punished the careless in equal measure. Mulholland Highway, not Mulholland Drive, which runs through Hollywood and is a different road entirely. Mulholland Highway, the 30-mile ribbon that runs along the backbone of the Santa Monica Mountains from Calabasas to the coast. In the 1970s, it had almost no guardrails, almost no traffic, and curves that required your full attention every second you were on them. At the intersection where Mulholland meets Canaan-Dume Road, there was a roadhouse called the Rock Store. Ed and Vern had been running it since 1961, and by the mid-1970s, it had become the unofficial gathering point for Southern California motorcycle culture. You rode to the Rock Store on Sunday morning. You had breakfast. You looked at what everyone else was riding. You talked about what was wrong with your bike and what you were building next. And then you rode home on roads that reminded you why you started in the first place. The Rock Store is still there today. It still opens on weekends, but in the 1970s, before the celebrities and the guided rides and the organized culture around it, it was just a place where riders went because California had given them the roads and the weather to make that kind of morning possible. It produced a specific kind of rider. Technical, because the mountains and the desert are unforgiving to a poorly maintained machine. Independent, because you were often alone when something broke. Creative, because parts were scarce, and solutions required improvisation. California's geography filtered for mechanical capability in a way that Florida's flat highways or the Northeast traffic did not. And into that environment, in 1969, came a movie that changed everything. Easy Rider opened in July 1969. Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper. The Captain America chopper with the Stars and Stripes tank, the long raked forks, and the Stars and Stripes helmet that Peter Fonda wore across America. The film grossed approximately $60 million on a budget of around $400,000. It became the defining cinematic statement of a generation that was trying to figure out what freedom meant after Kennedy and King in Vietnam. The Captain America chopper became the most recognized motorcycle in American history within weeks of the film's release. Young men across the country walked into motorcycle shops asking for something like that. Custom builders who had been working out of small garages for local clienteles suddenly had national reputations and waiting lists. Now, let me tell you where that motorcycle actually came from. Because here is what the film's marketing never said, and what the motorcycle press barely acknowledged, and what most riders today still do not know, 55 years after the film was released. The Captain America and the Billy bike, both of them, were designed by a black man named Cliff Voss and built by a black man named Ben Hardy, both working in the South Central Los Angeles community that the mainstream motorcycle world had been systematically ignoring for 20 years. Cliff Voss was not primarily a motorcycle builder. He was a civil rights activist who had done field work for SNCC in the most dangerous parts of the South. He had made documentary films about the Black Power movement that aired on ABC. He was a radio personality at KRLA in Los Angeles. And he built extraordinary choppers in South Central, where a community of black motorcycle builders had been doing work that the motorcycle press, which by the late 1960s was already full of Confederate flags and white power imagery, had essentially refused to cover. Voss met Peter Fonda through his work at the radio station. Fonda and Hopper came to his house in West Hollywood several times while the film was being developed. Voss designed the bikes. Ben Hardy, who had his shop on Venice Boulevard in South Central, built them. The Captain America and the Billy bike were fabricated 20 minutes from downtown Los Angeles by black craftsmen in a community that the film's marketing would make invisible. When Easy Rider was released, Cliff Voss was not in the credits. The settlement that Voggs reached with Columbia Pictures included a clause deleting him from the film's credits entirely. The bikes that launched the chopper boom of the 1970s, that drove hundreds of thousands of riders into dealerships, that made the custom motorcycle into a cultural icon. Those bikes were designed and built by men who received none of the recognition that followed. The East Bay Dragons in Oakland were the other half of that story. Founded in 1959 by Toby Gene Livingston, the son of a Louisiana sharecropper who had moved his family to East Oakland, the Dragons were the Bay Area's first all-black motorcycle club. And when they made the switch from cars to motorcycles, they faced a specific obstacle that white riders never did. The Harley-Davidson dealerships in Oakland in 1959 would not sell motorcycles to black customers. All the original founding members had to buy used bikes. They found them in garages, under houses, on the street. They rebuilt them with their own hands because they had no choice. Toby Gene Livingston had a rule for Dragons membership that I personally think says everything about what this club actually was. Every member had to be employed. That rule existed in the same Oakland that the Hells Angels operated in, on streets where the Black Panthers were organizing, in a city where young black men had been told by every institution around them that the legitimate economy was not interested in their participation. Livingston insisted on employment. He insisted on family. He insisted that the social club never come before those two things. The Hells Angels and the East Bay Dragons, by the way, got along. Sonny Barger had his chapter a few miles up East 14th Street. He and Livingston had known each other for years, had ridden the same East Bay streets on the same kind of machines. The relationship between those two clubs, which crossed every racial line that the 1960s and the 1970s America was drawing, is still one of the most remarkable and least discussed facts in motorcycle club history. Sons of Anarchy based the fictional Grim Bastards Motorcycle Club on the East Bay Dragons. The real club was more interesting than the fictional one. By the 1970s, the Dragons were rolling up and down International Boulevard in East Oakland in formation, all Harleys, all chopped, all ridden by men who had built them with their own hands because the dealerships had not wanted their business. A black man riding a chopped Harley in 1970s Oakland was, as one member put it, a revolutionary act. That act was happening while the mainstream motorcycle press was publishing its Confederate flag spreads and calling the Easy Rider bikes an invention of Peter Fonda. This is the California motorcycle story that nobody told. It is the foundation on which everything else was built. The culture these men built disappeared not because riders stopped caring. It disappeared because an industry replaced it with something that looked the same and cost 10 times as much. The world you are riding in today is nothing like the world they built. The prices are different. The dealer tactics are different. The gear brands have been sold to private equity. The OEM tires on your new bike are a worse compound than what you can buy retail. The 2026 Motorcycle Buyer's Bible is the document that closes that gap, tire testing data, gear certification breakdown. Dealer scripts that work right now. Link in the description. And if you rode in California in the 1970s, drop a comment. Your city, your bike, the road you still think about. I want every story. Back to the garage in San Leandro. Arlen Ness customized that 1947 knucklehead over the next 2 years. He learned to paint, the candy red bases, the intricate golden swirls, and the graphic layering that nobody in the Bay Area custom world was doing at the same level. He put the bike in shows. At the Oakland Roadster Show every January, which in the 1960s and the 1970s was the most important custom vehicle show on the West Coast, the Ness Knucklehead won. It won again, and then kept winning. Riders started asking him to work on their bikes. He learned fabrication by doing it in Harry Brown's Hayward garage, where Harry painted bikes on the side and let Arlen practice his techniques on customer machines. He got good enough at metalwork to start making parts that did not exist anywhere else. His wife Bev typed up the first catalog, Ram's horn bars, glass fenders, a price handwritten next to each item, and he started selling parts to riders who were building their own machines. By the early 1970s, the business had outgrown the home garage. He moved to a storefront on East 14th Street in San Leandro, 600 square feet, and called it Arlen's Motorcycle Accessories. He was on his third location on that same street by 1978. The business kept growing because the work was genuinely exceptional, and there was nothing else like it anywhere in the country. What Ness built was not the Easy Rider chopper. That distinction is critical, and almost nobody makes it. The Easy Rider aesthetic was vertical, handlebars reaching skyward, forks extended impossibly forward, sissy bars climbing above the rider's head, the whole machine declaring its own impracticality as the point. If you are old enough to remember when every gas station in California had at least one guy standing around on an extreme chopper looking like he was piloting a piece of abstract sculpture, you know exactly what I'm describing. Ness went horizontal. Frames slammed to the ground, long and low profile, goose-necked steering heads, flat bars, a minimal seat, the tank falling the frame line down instead of sitting up on top of it. He drew inspiration from California's drag racing culture, machines built to go fast in a straight line, where a low center of gravity was not an aesthetic choice, but an engineering requirement. He took that drag race logic and turned it into a visual language called the digger style, and by the mid-1970s, magazines like Street Chopper were putting fully realized Ness diggers on their covers. Here is a baby boomer fact that should stop you cold. In 1963, when Arlen Ness bought that knucklehead, a brand new Harley-Davidson Electra Glide cost around $1,500. A factory worker making the median industrial wage could buy one with 2.5 months of gross income. Today's equivalent, adjusted for real wages and not just inflation, would be something like $5,000 or $6,000 for a new touring bike. Instead, you are looking at $25,000 to $35,000 for a new Harley. That is not inflation. That is an industry that has decided its customers are lifestyle purchasers rather than working people. Arlen Ness started with $300 and a bowling paycheck. Today's equivalent of what he bought would be priced out of reach of the man he was in 1963. The digger era peaked in the late 1970s. Street Chopper documented it, and Easy Riders covered it. The Ness aesthetic spread from San Leandro to every garage in the country where someone was trying to build something beautiful out of whatever they had available. Corey Ness, Arlen's son who joined the business in the early 1980s, built his first cover bike for Street Chopper in 1982. It was a fully evolved digger chop, the style carried forward by the next generation. Arlen Ness never left the Bay Area. He never moved to Los Angeles for the industry proximity, and he never moved to a bigger city for the capital. He stayed on East 14th Street in San Leandro. Eventually, the business moved to Dublin, California. But the philosophy never moved. You build it. You own it. You understand every system. Nobody manages it as a portfolio asset. He died in 2019 at the age of 79. He had been married to Beverly for 59 years. Beverly typed the first catalog, slammed the door when he wheeled that knucklehead into the garage in 1963, and was pregnant with her son Corey when the whole thing started. The man who defined the visual language of the American custom motorcycle started with bowling money and a wife who was reasonably unimpressed with his first motorcycle purchase. I find that detail about as close to perfect as any origin story gets. California in the 1970s was the most mechanically diverse motorcycle market in the United States. And I want to be specific about that diversity because the myth of the era is that everyone was riding a Harley chopper when the reality was considerably more interesting. The Harley-Davidson Shovelhead was everywhere. The engine that had been in production since 1966, the power plant for the Sportster and the Electric Glide, and the FLH. The Shovelhead rewarded riders who understood it and punished those who did not. If you did not know what a pushrod adjustment was, if you could not diagnose an oil leak by location, if the sound of your engine at idle was not a specific piece of information you processed automatically, you were going to be standing by the side of the road with some regularity. California's working-class riders in the 1970s understood their Harleys the way a carpenter understands his tools. Not because they were hobbyists, because they had to, but the Japanese machines were coming. Honda had released the CB750 in 1969, the first true superbike, a machine that was faster, smoother, and more reliable than anything coming out of Milwaukee. Kawasaki released the Z1 900 in 1972, which was faster still. By the mid-1970s, California was full of young riders on Japanese machines that they had not had to rebuild before they could trust them, that started every morning without ritual, that did not require a complete understanding of their electrical systems just to get to work. The Triumph Bonneville still had a devoted California following. British Iron, Triumph, BSA, Norton had been part of California's riding culture since the 1950s, brought in through the cafe racer scene that had crossed the Atlantic and found a home in the garages of Southern California. A Triumph T120 in the hands of a rider who knew it was one of the finest machines on the road. In the hands of a rider who did not, it was a reliable source of parts. Steve McQueen rode a Husqvarna 400 in On Any Sunday. McQueen was a serious rider who competed in desert races and was genuinely skilled on a motorcycle, not a celebrity who got on a bike for a photo opportunity. His presence in that film, which came out in 1971, directed by Bruce Brown, who had made The Endless Summer, made the argument to a mainstream American audience that motorcycle riders were decent people, normal people, adventurous people who had developed real skills and lived a genuine life around them. The film showed desert racing, motocross, flat track, the Baja, the full spectrum of California motorcycle competition that was happening in the background, while the easy rider mythology dominated the cultural conversation. California was also where the Elsinore Grand Prix happened, the Barstow to Vegas off-road race, the events that produced America's most technically capable dirt riders, men who could manage a machine in deep sand and loose rock and high desert heat with the kind of skill that is not taught, only earned. The Husqvarna, the Maiko, the Bultaco Persang. If those names mean something to you, you were part of that California off-road culture, and you already know that the mechanical knowledge required to keep a Maiko running through a 400-mile desert race was extraordinary. By 1974, California had more registered motorcycles than any other state in the nation, a position it has never relinquished. More than 800,000 registered motorcycles today. In the 1970s, proportionally even more significant, a state of 20 million people carrying a motorcycle culture that shaped everything the rest of the country would follow. On September 15, 1977, NBC aired the first episode of Chips. Created by Rick Rosner, the show ran for 6 seasons and 139 episodes, and was one of the most watched programs on American television through the late 1970s and the early 1980s. Officer Francis Ponch Poncherello and Officer John Baker, 2 California Highway Patrol motorcycle officers, chased criminals up and down the freeways of Los Angeles on their Kawasaki KZ900 police bikes. In the first 2 seasons, the bikes were KZ900 C2 police specifications. From season 3 onward, they were KZ1000 C1. Eric Estrada actually rode the motorcycles himself for most of the filming. On August 6, 1979, he was seriously injured during a scene when he was thrown from his 600-pound Kawasaki, and he fractured several ribs and broke both wrists. He came back and kept riding. I want to explain why Chips mattered beyond the obvious. Every previous major cultural representation of motorcycle riders in America had been the outlaw. Marlon Brando in The Wild One, Dennis Hopper in Easy Rider, the Hells Angels as filtered through Hunter Thompson and newspaper crime coverage. Motorcycles in American popular culture had carried a specific weight of transgression that made mainstream America nervous. Chips put 2 motorcycle cops on primetime television on a Thursday night and made them the heroes. Ponch and John were not rebels. They were professionals. They were good-looking and charming, and they caught criminals and helped people, and they did all of it from the saddle of a Kawasaki KZ900. For a generation of American kids who are now in their 50s and 60s, and I know some of you are watching this right now, Chips was the first time a motorcycle on television was something to aspire to rather than something to fear. The cultural impact on motorcycle registrations in the late 1970s is difficult to quantify precisely, but consider this. Chips premiered in 1977. By 1979, Kawasaki's KZ900 and KZ1000 were among the most popular motorcycles in America. The show filmed on actual Los Angeles freeways that had not yet been fully open to traffic, giving the production empty roads that looked like the California dream. Every week, millions of American households watched a motorcycle being ridden expertly across the California landscape, and somewhere in those households were kids who decided they wanted to do that when they grew up. Some of them did. And they walked into dealerships in the late 1970s and the early 1980s and bought Kawasaki's. Because Ponch rode a Kawasaki and he was cool, and if you were 12 years old in 1977 watching Chips in the living room while your dad complained about the gas crisis, that was reason enough. If you are of a certain age and you remember where you were the first time you watched Chips, drop it in the comments. I genuinely want to know. I want to try to describe something that statistics and history cannot fully capture. What it actually felt like to ride in 1970s California. Not as a metaphor, specifically. The Pacific Coast Highway at 6 in the morning in October. No traffic because it is a Tuesday and it is early and nobody else is out. The water on your left, cold and dark. The Santa Monica Mountains on your right. The temperature just cool enough to feel on your face through the visor of your Bellstar helmet, which you bought for $47 at a shop in Culver City, and which was the best piece of safety equipment available to you in 1974. The shovel head running well, which means you can hear it, the specific sound it makes when the carburation is right, and the timing is set, and the oil has been warm for 20 minutes. You are not listening to music, you are listening to the machine. That listening is not passive. It is the kind of attention that tells you something is about to go wrong before it goes wrong. The Santa Cruz Mountains, south of San Francisco, Thursday afternoon, the redwoods that close the road in at both sides, the temperature dropping 10 degrees as you go under the canopy, the smell of the forest floor after a morning rain. A 1972 Honda CB750 SOHC that you bought used for $800 and have put 15,000 miles on in the last 14 months. It starts every morning. It has never stranded you, but you know every sound it makes because you do the maintenance yourself in the parking lot of your apartment complex, because the dealer wants $40 for an oil change, and $40 is 2 days of work. The Mojave Desert, a weekend trip up to Barstow with 4 other guys, leaving Los Angeles at 5 in the morning to beat the heat. By 8, it is 90 degrees. By 11, it will be 110. The machines are water-cooled by air, and the air is not cool, but if you maintain your speed, the cooling is adequate, and the desert gives you straight roads where you can run the speed you want for as long as you want because there is nothing out here. Some of you are on Harley Panheads. One guy is on a Kawasaki Z1. One guy is on a Triumph Bonneville that he has been rebuilding for 3 years, and that he trusts with a qualified trust that comes from understanding every system. You know each other through the machines, not through any affiliation. You are not a club. You are just people who ride. That texture, the early morning, the machine you understand completely, the roads that give you something back for the skill you bring to them, the people you know through the work of it rather than through any credential, that texture is what the 1970s California motorcycle culture actually was. It was not a marketing category. It was not a demographic. It was not a lifestyle brand. It was a set of conditions, geography, weather, mechanical culture, a specific historical moment that produced something genuine and transferable, and California exported it to the rest of America, whether the rest of America knew that was what it was getting or not. On Any Sunday came out in 1971. Bruce Brown directed it. Steve McQueen co-produced and appeared in it. The AMA used it as an official piece of counter-programming against the outlaw biker image that Easy Rider had reinforced. The film covered every form of motorcycle competition: flat track, motocross, desert racing, road racing, even a brief look at European competition. It showed the mechanics behind the racing, the communities that formed around it, the skill and preparation and physical courage that the sport required. It showed Mert Lawwill on flat track. It showed Malcolm Smith on desert terrain. It showed Steve McQueen riding a Husqvarna through the Mojave with the specific pleasure of a man who genuinely loves what he is doing. And it made an argument. A simple argument delivered without narration, just by showing what the people in the film actually were. Motorcycle riders are regular people. They have families, they work jobs, they build machines, maintain machines, prepare machines, compete on machines. The machine is the center of a life organized around skill and community, and the specific kind of freedom that comes from managing something complex and dangerous and getting it right. That argument landed differently than Easy Rider's argument. Easy Rider said freedom was available to anyone willing to drop out of conventional society. On Any Sunday said freedom was available to anyone willing to develop genuine skill. Those are different messages, and I personally think the second one is more interesting and more honest and less discussed. Bruce Brown was a California filmmaker. The desert scenes were Mojave and Baja. The flat track was Ascot Park in Gardena, California, a legendary oval track in the industrial south of Los Angeles that had been running motorcycle racing since the 1950s. The entire visual language of the film was California. The red dirt, the wide sky, the coastal mountains in the background of the road racing footage. California exported that image along with everything else. By the late 1970s, something was shifting. Not dramatically, not all at once, but the conditions that had produced the California motorcycle culture were beginning to change in ways that would eventually transform everything. The Japanese manufacturers had created the universal motorcycle. The Honda CB750, the Kawasaki Z1, the Suzuki GS750, these were machines that did not demand anything of their riders beyond the ability to ride. They did not need to be understood to be kept running. They needed maintenance, but maintenance that a dealer could perform and that a rider did not need to understand. The deep mechanical knowledge that had characterized the California working-class motorcycle community began to erode, not because riders were lazier, but because the machines stopped requiring it. Harley-Davidson was doing its own kind of damage. The AMF years, from 1969 to 1981, when American Machine and Foundry owned the brand, had driven quality control into the ground and sent market share from 80% of the super heavyweight category down to 20%. The Shovelhead was being built in numbers the original factory had never attempted by workers who went on strike for 100 days because they could see what the production push was doing to the product they took pride in. The nickname says it all: hardly drivable. And the prices. This is where the California story starts becoming the story of what was lost rather than what was built. A new 1976 Electra Glide was $3,375. A factory worker could buy one for about 3 months of gross income. The trajectory from that price to today's $25,000 starting price is not a story of inflation. It is a story of an industry that decided its customers were aspirational consumers rather than working people. Every decision made by motorcycle marketing departments from the mid-1970s onward pushed in the same direction. Motorcycles as status objects for people with disposable income rather than machines for people who understood them. The custom builders who survived the 1970s into the 1980s were the ones who understood that style had to serve the rider, not just make a statement. Arlen Ness understood this. The digger era he had pioneered was practical alongside being beautiful. His machines were long and low and rode like machines were supposed to ride, not like furniture, not like performance art. When the extreme chopper era burned itself out in the late 1970s, the Ness aesthetic was still there, still evolving, built because it had never stopped caring about whether the machine actually worked. Here's the thing I want to leave you with about the 1970s in California. Cliff Voggs designed the most famous motorcycle in American history from a house in West Hollywood, and he was deleted from the credits. Toby Gene Livingston built one of the most remarkable motorcycle communities in the country from East Oakland, while the dealerships refused to sell him a new bike. Arlen Ness invented the visual language of the American custom from a home garage in San Leandro. On money, he won bowling. None of these men were given what they built. They made it from what they had available. And what they had available in the 1970s in California was the geography, the weather, the mechanical culture, the specific historical moment, and the absolute requirement that if you wanted something, you built it yourself with your own hands. That requirement, the culture's insistence that you understand the machine, that you earn the knowledge, that the machine teaches you something, is what made motorcycle culture in the 1970s in California worth remembering 50 years later. It is the thing that was eventually replaced, not by bad intentions, but by the natural logic of an industry that found it more profitable to sell machines to people who did not need to understand them than to people who did. The Ranger I drive today is a different vehicle from anything these men rode. But the same philosophy applies. You keep it running through understanding rather than replacement. The machine is a relationship, not a purchase. The knowledge you develop from maintaining it has value that no dealership service appointment can transfer to you. There are riders today, and some of you watching this are among them, who are doing exactly what Cliff Voss and Toby Gene Livingston and Arlen Ness were doing. Building something extraordinary with limited resources and unlimited attention, working with their hands on machines that demand their full understanding. Creating communities around the quality of the work rather than the size of the payment. California gave that philosophy to the rest of America in the 1970s. It exported it through Arlen Ness's catalogs, through On Any Sunday, through Chips, through the East Bay Dragons, rolling up International Boulevard in formation through Cliff Voggs's design work that a film studio took the credit for. The state that built American motorcycle culture never got the credit, but the culture it built is still alive in the garages where it belongs. In 1975, the New York was so close to bankruptcy that President Gerald Ford refused a federal bailout. The Daily News ran a headline that has lived in American memory ever since. Ford to city, drop dead. The city's finances were so far gone that sanitation workers went on strike and garbage piled up in the streets. Police force cut by 6,000. Firefighters cut by 2,500. Firehouses in the South Bronx closed to save money, which is how the South Bronx started burning. Between 1970 and 1980, the South Bronx lost over 600 buildings to fire. Many of them were set deliberately by landlords collecting insurance on property that had become worthless. When Game 2 of the 1977 World Series was played at Yankee Stadium, a building was burning in plain view of the ABC cameras covering the game. That image, the Bronx is burning, while Yankee Stadium lit up a few blocks away, is the single most accurate visual document of what New York in the 1970s actually was. 1976 saw the largest spike in reported felonies in the city's recorded history, 13.2% in a single year. The subway had become what tabloids called the Muggers Express. Travelers arriving at city airports were handed pamphlets titled, "Welcome to Fear City," a death's head on the cover, warning them to stay off streets after dark and avoid public transportation entirely. And in the summer of 1977, Son of Sam was still hunting. David Berkowitz shooting couples in parked cars across the Bronx and Brooklyn and Queens, sending letters to the police that the newspapers printed in full. New York that summer was running at a specific frequency of collective fear that residents who lived through it describe as unlike anything before or since. Into that city rode the motorcyclists, not to glamorize it, not to pose. Because when the city is falling apart around you and the machine is the fastest way through it, the machine stops being a lifestyle and starts being a tool. That distinction is everything. California built beautiful machines, long forks, low frames, designed for straight roads and good light with time to appreciate them. New York required something completely different. The men who figured out what that something was produced one of the original engineering arguments in the history of the American custom motorcycle. Lawrence Desmady had been riding since he was 15 in Cornwall-on-Hudson, up the Hudson Valley. He moved to New York City, Greenwich Village specifically, because the late 1960s art scene was running at full temperature and he wanted to be part of the most alive place in America. He was a fabricator. He had a talent that nobody had formally identified yet, including him. He had 35 arrests by the time anyone started paying attention, and he did 3 years in Sing Sing for bank robbery in 1972 before coming back to New York and picking up the machines again. What DeSmet understood about riding in the city, and he understood it the way you understand things that the environment teaches you through consequences, was that the California aesthetic could not function here. The long fork chopper that looked perfect on a California highway was a problem on East 3rd Street. Too wide to split gridlock. Too slow responding to react to the pothole that appeared from behind the car in front with no warning. Too impractical for a city that changed its road surface every block and its traffic logic every intersection. The machine New York required was narrow enough to split a gap between a cab and a bus at speed, responsive enough to react instantly to whatever the road threw at you, loud enough that the delivery truck driver who had not checked his mirror would hear you before he moved. The New York chopper that DeSmet developed was built for urban combat, not for show, not for the rock store on a Sunday morning, for survival in concrete and chaos. He rebuilt motors out of his apartment. Because in New York, a young man with no money does not have a garage in San Leandro, he has an apartment floor. He worked in motorcycle shops in Manhattan and New Jersey. He built in whatever space was available. Every decision had to be correct because there was no margin for error that money could fix. By the time Iron Horse magazine ran the first feature on him in 1987, his chopped 1950 Indian Chief, red-orange flames on one side of the tank, scallops on the other, people had been calling him Indian Larry for years. Not because of a marketing campaign, because he rode his chopped Indian ceaselessly through the streets of New York City, and the machine was good enough that people remembered it. Robert Mapplethorpe photographed him. One of those photographs ended up on the cover of Artforum magazine. Andy Warhol's circle and the East Village motorcycle world intersected in ways that do not exist anywhere else in American motorcycle history. That is not something you build by design. That is what happens when genuine talent operates in the most densely talented city in the world with no resources except the machine and the hands that understand it. On December 5, 1969, the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club patched over the Aliens MC in New York City and established their first New York chapter. The address was 77 East 3rd Street in the East Village. That address is still there today. By the mid-1970s, the New York chapter had become one of the most powerful in the country. Not a California transplant, a conversion. An existing New York club choosing to align with the most feared motorcycle organization in the world, and then becoming something the California chapters had not anticipated: the Eastern Command Center for operations up and down the Atlantic seaboard. The clubhouse on East 3rd Street was not in an industrial zone, not on a warehouse road, on a residential street in the East Village, 20 feet from the pizza place and the laundromat, in a neighborhood where people lived and children went to school. That geographic reality shaped everything. California's outlaw culture operated at the scale of the landscape, vast territory, room to operate. New York compressed everything into a single block. The Angels on East 3rd Street shared the same spatial reality as everyone else. That tension between the club's self-image as outside society and the physical fact of being on a residential street produced something no California chapter had to navigate. The biker war that would rage for decades was ignited not on some California road, but at a party in the East Village on New Year's Eve 1973. 3 outlaws from Florida showed up uninvited at the Hells Angels headquarters. What followed from that night, machine gun attacks on outlaws' clubhouses in Georgia, Florida, and Ohio through 1974 and 1975, was the outlaw motorcycle war the California mythology had been building toward for 20 years. It started in New York. Here is the New York motorcycle story that appears in almost no magazine from the 1970s. Ride the FDR Drive today, the elevated highway along the east side of Manhattan, and you are on the same road where black motorcycle clubs from the Bronx and Brooklyn and Queens would fill all 3 lanes in formation. Not 1 or 2 bikes, all 3 lanes. The exhaust note of a formation that size hitting the buildings on both sides as something between music and weather. These clubs are documented in the photography book Easy Riders, which captured the community decades later. But the clubs themselves go back further than any photography. The Bronx had the Black Falcons. Brooklyn had its own network. Queens had its own. Built around principles that riders across the country were developing simultaneously, often without knowing each other existed. Employment, family, mechanical knowledge. The motorcycle, as the center of a community rather than a performance of identity. The archetype of the American motorcycle rider had been built, in the press and in the films, as a white man on the open road. Black Americans were just as deep in motorcycle history. Ben Hardy and Cliff Voss, black designers in South Central Los Angeles, had built the Captain America and Billy bikes for Easy Rider in 1969, the most famous motorcycles in American film history. Both men were written out of the credits. Voss's settlement with Columbia Pictures included a clause deleting him from the film entirely. That deletion was not an accident, it was a pattern. And the New York black motorcycle clubs of the 1970s were part of the same pattern, building something real, building it well, and having mainstream America look the other way while doing it. The FDR formation rides were not symbolic. They were territorial. They were a statement of presence in a city that had been telling those riders, through housing policy and economic policy, that the city's space was not theirs. Filling all 3 lanes of a Manhattan highway in formation said something that no press release and no political campaign could say. The chrome and the exhaust and the number of riders said it plainly. We are here and we are not invisible. On February 9, 1979, Paramount Pictures released The Warriors. It was filmed entirely on location in New York City, subway stations, parks, streets. A Coney Island gang fought its way home from the Bronx after being framed for murdering the most powerful warlord in the city. The film is not realistic, Walter Hill said so himself, but it is accurate. The atmosphere, a city that operated by its own rules after midnight, where every neighborhood was its own territory with its own logic, where the violence was territorial and comprehensible to anyone who understood the map, matches exactly what riders and residents who lived in that city describe from those years. The only motorcycle gang in The Warriors was the Satan's Mothers from Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn. They arrive at the film's opening summit in Van Cortlandt Park in formation, wearing leather vests. The visual weight of an organization rather than a collection of individuals. They are not the main characters, they are the background texture that tells you what kind of city this is. Now compare that to Chips. Eric Estrada and Larry Wilcox rode Kawasaki KZ900 police bikes, chasing criminals up clean Los Angeles freeways in 72-degree sunshine. The California version of the motorcycle on television was the Highway Patrol, Professional, Legal, the Heroes. The New York version was the Satan's Mothers from Sheepshead Bay. Nobody's heroes, not the law. Something else entirely. Both were accurate representations of what motorcycle culture actually was in those 2 cities. California produced an image mainstream America could admire. New York produced an image mainstream America could not look away from. Those are different kinds of power, and I personally think the one that grabs you and won't let go is more honest about what motorcycles meant to the people who actually rode them. The summer of 1977 is the year that captures everything about what New York motorcycle culture was in this decade. July 13th, 1977, the city blackout. A lightning strike at a Con Edison plant, cascading failures, all 5 boroughs go dark simultaneously. Within hours, looting begins in Bushwick, the South Bronx, Crown Heights, Harlem. By the time power was restored, 1,616 stores had been damaged or looted. 3,776 people arrested, the largest mass arrest in the city's history. Son of Sam was still at large. He would not be caught until August 10th. The summer of 1977 in New York, the heat, the blackout, The murders, the Bronx fire still visible from the highway, exists as a specific, documented, collective trauma in the memory of everyone who lived through it. Motorcycle culture thrived in that vacuum. When police presence thinned and municipal services collapsed, riders created their own order. Clubs operated on a different level from the street gangs that controlled abandoned neighborhoods. Organized. Structured. Their own codes, not just riding motorcycles. Staking claims in a city that had given up on itself. Building communities where government had failed. Creating families from fragments of broken dreams. And then October 18th, 1977. Reggie Jackson hit 3 home runs in Game 6 of the World Series on 3 consecutive pitches from 3 different pitchers. The Yankees won. The city that had been collapsing for a decade got a championship. The Bronx was still burning. Son of Sam had been arrested 2 months earlier. The garbage had been picked up eventually, and the motorcycles were still roaring through it all, not because the city had fixed itself, but because the riders had decided the city was theirs regardless of what condition it was in. That decision, to claim a city that was falling apart, to move through it daily on a machine you built and understood completely, to refuse the premise that the environment determined what was possible, is the core of what 1970s New York motorcycle culture actually was. California riders had the Pacific Coast Highway. New York riders had something the California mythology never explains. One of the best day ride landscapes in the eastern United States. 45 minutes from the city if the traffic was light. Cross the George Washington Bridge heading west, and you are on the Palisades Parkway in minutes. The basalt cliffs rising from the Hudson's western shore. A 2-lane parkway running north along the top of them, no trucks permitted. The river visible through the trees when the leaves are down. The road curving with a rhythm that rewards attention. 45 minutes further is Bear Mountain State Park. Perkins Memorial Drive, climbing up the mountain. The long curves around the lake. The descent back toward the Hudson. In the 1970s, before organized weekend ride culture developed around it, Bear Mountain was where New York riders went to remember what the machine was capable of beyond the city streets. The contrast is specific to New York and does not exist anywhere else in American motorcycle history. A rider in Los Angeles going from the city to the canyons was still in Los Angeles, spread across a landscape that always provided visual space. A New York rider who lived 11 months of the year in the most vertical, most compressed, most aggressively urban environment in the country, and then crossed the George Washington Bridge into the Palisades, entered a landscape that looked like it had been designed by someone who had never heard of Manhattan. That rider knew both environments. Had to. The machine that worked on East 3rd Street needed to work on Bear Mountain in October. The mechanical knowledge that kept you alive in the city applied equally to the mountain. That dual competence is what separated the New York version of the 1970s rider from every other regional version. Not just skill in one environment, but the ability to read 2 completely different sets of conditions with the same machine and the same understanding. The dual competence those riders developed, city streets one weekend, Bear Mountain the next, the same machine serving both environments because you understand every system, is what the current market has been training riders out of for 40 years. The 2026 Motorcycle Buyer's Bible is the document for the rider who wants to be back on the right side of that. Independent tire data. Gear certification that tells you what the numbers actually mean. Pre-purchase inspection protocol for bikes that have been sitting. Dealer scripts that work in the market we are actually in. It was $97, it is $9 right now. Not because the information is worth less, because I want riders to have it. Link in the description. Indian Larry got his first national exposure in 2001 on the Discovery Channel. He was 52 years old. He had been building extraordinary machines for 30 years before anyone with a platform pointed a camera at him. In July 2004, he told the Discovery Channel, "I just feel like that I'm maybe slightly starting to fit in somewhere and slightly starting to be accepted." He died 6 weeks later. August 30, 2004, a stunt at the Liquid Steel Classic in Charlotte, North Carolina. He fell from his moving motorcycle. The head injuries were unsurvivable. Think about the arc of that. 30 years building in New York. Apartment floors. Borrowed shop space. Motorcycle shops in Manhattan and New Jersey. 35 arrests. 3 years in Sing Sing. Robert Mapplethorpe photographing him. Cover of Art Forum. Andy Warhol's circle. And his first words when the Discovery Channel finally found him at 52 were, "I am maybe slightly starting to fit in." California's custom builders, the ones whose names appear in every history of the era, were recognized for decades before they died. The infrastructure of California's motorcycle culture, with its show circuit and its magazine coverage and its geography designed for visibility, produced careers that had institutional support from the beginning. Indian Larry built his career in a city that was not designed for the kind of work he was doing, in conditions that punished everything about the process of building, space, cost, weather, access to materials, relationship with the press, relationship with the institutional motorcycle world. He built it on instinct. His shop partner Paul Cox said he never made a sketch, never wrote down notes. He would just see the whole bike in one wide-eyed flash and start cutting metal. That is what the New York motorcycle culture produced. Not the most celebrated, not the most covered, the most real. By the late 1970s, the conditions that had made this culture were changing. The fiscal crisis stabilized. Crime remained high, but the sense of complete collapse began to fade. Mayor Ed Koch brought fiscal conservatism and gradual order. The extreme choppers that had defined the visual language of the decade, forks stretched to angles that made the machine genuinely difficult to ride, frames so low the exhaust scraped on every turn, began to give way to machines that were also practical. Disc brakes, electric starters, suspension that worked. The Japanese manufacturers had created the universal motorcycle, machines that did not demand anything of their riders beyond the ability to operate them. You did not need to understand the Honda CB750 to keep it running. You needed to ride it. That distinction sounds small. It changed everything. When the machine stops requiring understanding, the culture stops selecting for people who understand things. And when a culture stops selecting for competence, it starts selecting for something else. In New York's case, it started selecting for the people who could afford the new image. The riders who had built the culture on apartment floors and borrowed shop space and 35 arrests and a Sing Sing number, those riders did not disappear. But the industry stopped producing machines for them and started producing machines for people with more money and fewer Sing Sing numbers. The culture that had been built on survival in the most demanding urban environment in America became, gradually, a consumer product. The energy that had produced the FDR formation rides and the East 3rd Street Clubhouse and Indian Larry's instinct-driven fabrication did not vanish. It went underground, into garages that are still running today, into riders who understand their machines the way the city once required everyone to understand them. Those riders do not get the coverage. The industry is not particularly interested in promoting the idea that you do not need them to be a real rider. The close. I drive a 2000 Ford Ranger with 340,000 miles on it. I paid cash. I understand every system on it. It has never failed to start in 26 years because I have never given it reason to. The New York riders of the 1970s understood their machines the way the city required, completely, under conditions that punished any gap in that understanding immediately. There was no margin. The road changed every block, the traffic had no predictable logic, the machine that failed on the FDR in January had nobody coming to help it. What those riders built, Lawrence D. Smet threading a chopped Indian through Manhattan traffic 35 years before the Discovery Channel found him, the black clubs filling all 3 lanes of the FDR in formation, while mainstream motorcycle press looked at California, the New Year's Eve 1973, party that started a war, Reggie Jackson hitting 3 home runs, while the Bronx burned 2 miles away, that is the 1970s New York motorcycle story. It is not the story the magazines told, it is not the story the documentaries make. It is the story the city produced when it had nothing left to offer the people who stayed, except the machine, and the roads, and the specific education that comes from riding in conditions that do not forgive. Pennsylvania is next in this series. Coal country. Steel towns. The industrial riders who built machines in the shadow of the factories that built the engines that built America. The Appalachian roads that opened up 50 miles outside Pittsburgh. The culture nobody is told, and I mean nobody. The 2026 Motorcycle Buyer's Bible is in the description. It was $97 when I launched it. It is $9 right now. Everything I just described, the independent tire data, the gear certification breakdown, the dealer scripts, the pre-purchase inspection protocol for the market we are in. $9. Link below. That is the last time I mention it. If you rode in New York in the 1970s, your burro, your bike, the road. Drop it in the comments. The best stories show up in the Pennsylvania episode. Stay safe. Ride smart. Daytona Beach in March 1974, the 10-day corporate festival with vendor tents and merchandise trucks and 100,000 people who drove down an RV and were not entirely sure which end of the motorcycle to sit on. The Daytona of 1974 was something smaller, raw, and considerably more interesting. Giacomo Agostini, 15-time world champion, the greatest Grand Prix motorcycle racer alive, arguably the greatest who had ever lived, arrived at the Daytona International Speedway for the first time in his career. He had never raced at Daytona. He had never raced on an American circuit. He had just switched from his beloved MV Agusta to a Yamaha TZ750 two-stroke, a completely different machine on a completely different continent in front of riders who had spent their careers learning every foot of the banked Daytona Tri-Oval. Kenny Roberts, who would go on to become the most dominant American road racer of his generation, was so confident of the outcome that he announced to the press before the race that he was going to eat Agostini alive. The temperature that day hit 90 degrees. The crowds exceeded 65,000 people. The race, shortened slightly that year because of the oil crisis, was the most widely watched motorcycle event in America in 1974. Agostini led from the whole shot. He never gave up the lead. He won in his first attempt on a bike he had been testing for weeks on a circuit he had never seen. Kenny Roberts had to publicly retract his prediction. He said afterward that he could not believe Agostini was a human being. That moment, that specific morning in March 1974, is as good a place as any to begin the Florida motorcycle story, because it captures exactly what Florida was in the 1970s. It was the place where the rest of the world came to prove something. And the culture that formed around that proving ground was unlike anything else in American motorcycling, before the dealers ruined it. To understand what Florida motorcycle culture was in the 1970s, you have to understand what living in Florida meant in that era. Because the state that exists today, the retirement condo, theme park, 6-lane highway Florida of 2026, is not the place these riders knew. Florida in the 70s was still genuinely wild in ways that are difficult to communicate to anyone who did not experience it. Portions of the Everglades that are now developed strip malls were impenetrable swamp. The stretch of A1A, the coastal highway that runs along Florida's Atlantic side, from Daytona down through New Smyrna Beach and Canaveral, and then south along the Treasure Coast, had traffic that today's riders would not recognize. You could run that road at 5 in the morning and not see another vehicle for 20 minutes at a stretch. Just the Atlantic on your left, the Florida scrub on your right, and whatever machine you had built to the standard you had built it, the weather. I need to say something specific about the weather because it is the foundational fact of everything that followed. 365 days of riding weather, not comfortable, inspiring riding weather every one of those days. Florida in August with the humidity sitting at 90% and the temperature at 95, and the afternoon thunderstorms that appear with no warning will test your commitment to year-round riding. But rideable. Everyday rideable. No storing the bike for winter. No watching the calendar for the first break in temperature. No 6-month gap in your relationship with a machine that lets rust form where your attention had been. The riders who lived in Florida in the 1970s rode continuously in a way that riders in Ohio or Wisconsin or New England could not. And that continuity did something specific to the culture. It selected for people who were serious, who maintain their machines obsessively because a machine that fails in the Florida heat with 40 miles of nothing in any direction is a serious problem, who understood their bikes at a level that the weekend rider never reaches, because weekend riders become experts only at riding, while year-round riders become experts at everything. Florida also had the military. The Pensacola Naval Air Station, the United States Navy's primary aviation training facility, commissioned in 1914, the cradle of naval aviation, sat on Florida's panhandle and generated a constant rotation of young servicemen and veterans who were either stationed there or had trained there and stayed. Jacksonville had Naval Station Mayport. Tampa had MacDill Air Force Base. The entire I-4 corridor connecting Tampa to Orlando to Daytona had military installations whose populations turned over regularly and whose members, young, physically fit, mechanically inclined, trained for high-stress environments, found motorcycles the natural choice for transportation in a state where the weather permitted it and the pay grade suggested a used Sportster was more practical than a new car. The Vietnam veterans who came back to Florida, and many did, through the military bases and through the climate, which after years of humid jungle warfare felt like a reasonable landscape, brought with them the same thing they brought to California, Ohio, and New York. The need for something that made sense in a world that had stopped making sense. The motorcycle absorbed it in Florida the same way it absorbed it everywhere else. But in Florida, the absorption happened faster and more completely because the riding never stopped. And at the center of all of it, like a gravitational force that organized the entire Florida motorcycle world around itself once a year, was Daytona. The Daytona 200 began on January 24th, 1937 on a 3.2-mile course that used the actual beach, hard-packed sand, alternating with public road, the finish determined by the tides. The race ran until World War II, interrupted everything, then resumed in 1947 with 176 riders, in a city where all the hotel rooms were full and local families opened their homes to visiting racers because there was nowhere else to put them. By 1961, the race had moved to the Daytona International Speedway, the same facility that hosts the Daytona 500. The motorcycle circuit used the tri-oval with its 31-degree banking, the same banking NASCAR used, the same surface that took vehicles to speeds that the original beach course could never have permitted. In 1964, the motorcycle race was approved to use the full banking for the first time. The speeds that followed were extraordinary. By the early 1970s, the Daytona 200 had become the most attended AMA motorcycle race in the country, with crowds that exceeded 65,000. At the peak of its popularity, chartered airliners were bringing European race fans to Daytona Beach because the race had become genuinely international. The best riders in the world competing against the best Americans on a circuit that rewarded both raw speed and tactical intelligence in ways that pure street circuits could not. Dick Mann won on a Honda CB750 in 1970, the first victory for Honda at Daytona, and in many ways the opening shot of the Japanese machine's dominance of the decade that followed. Jarno Saarinen of Finland, the 250cc world champion, won in 1973. Agostini won in 1974. Kenny Roberts, who would win 3 consecutive Grand Prix World Championships starting in 1978, was the benchmark American of the era, a Northern California flat track product who brought an aggression and a technical understanding to road racing that the Europeans found difficult to counter. But here is the thing about Daytona that the current version of Bike Week tends to obscure. The race was the reason. Not the vendor tents, not Main Street, not the custom bike show, which was genuinely worth attending and which we will get to. The race was the reason thousands of people made the journey to Florida every March. Riders came from everywhere. Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New York, states where March was still cold, where the garage felt close and the road felt distant, made the journey to Florida for the race and the culture around it. They rode down on machines that had been maintained through the winter with exactly this trip in mind. They rode A1A for the first time in the year. They ran the speedway banking as spectators and felt something in their chests that was difficult to name, but was not difficult to recognize. And in the evenings, on Main Street in Daytona Beach, they gathered. Not in the organized, permitted, sponsored way that Main Street operates today. in the way that happens when thousands of people who share a specific obsession find themselves in the same place with nowhere to be and nothing to do but talk about the thing that brought them there. If you were in Daytona in March in the 1970s, if you came down on your bike from wherever you were from and spent a week in the Florida warmth while the race played out, drop a comment right now. Tell me what year. Tell me what you rode. Tell me what you remember about Main Street before it got organized. I want every story from that era, and I mean that. Florida in the 1970s was the most honest laboratory for motorcycle durability that existed in America. Not the most pleasant laboratory, the most honest. The Florida heat is not a metaphor. It is a specific, quantifiable thing that happens to mechanical systems. An air-cooled Harley-Davidson Shovelhead in Jacksonville in July, idling in traffic on US 1 with the temperature at 94 and the humidity at 90%, is working at the outer edge of what the design intended. Oil degrades faster. The carburetor jets require different calibration than what works in Pennsylvania in April. The electrical system, already the weakest point of the AMF-era Harley, responds badly to heat and humidity in combination. Florida riders who rode Harleys in the 1970s became experts in those machines, not because they wanted to, but because the machine demanded it. The Shovelhead that was not tuned specifically for the Florida climate was not going to run reliably in the Florida climate. There was no acceptable alternative to understanding the system. A new 1970 Harley-Davidson Sportster cost approximately $2,000. A factory worker at one of Florida's manufacturing facilities, and Florida had significant manufacturing employment in the 70s before the service economy replaced it, earning a median industrial wage of around $7,500 per year, could buy that Sportster for about 3 months of gross pay. It was not cheap, but it was genuinely attainable for a working man who chose to prioritize it. If you are old enough to remember when a new Sportster cost $2,000, and some of you watching this absolutely are, and you are the people whose memories I need in the comments, then you already understand the specific frustration of watching the same basic motorcycle cost $20,000, then $25,000, then $30,000 in base price over the next 50 years. That is not inflation. The inflation-adjusted price of a 1970 Sportster in 2026 dollars would be somewhere around $15,000 to $17,000. The actual price is nearly double that. The difference is not engineering. The difference is who the manufacturer decided it was selling to. The Japanese machines came into Florida the same way they came into every market. Honda's CB750, released in 1969, was faster, smoother, more reliable, and cheaper than anything Harley was producing. Dick Mann rode one to victory at Daytona in 1970 on a machine that had been in production for less than a year, and every Florida rider who watched that race understood something was changing. By 1972, the Kawasaki Z1 900 inline 4 was available, and it was faster still. By the mid-1970s, a significant portion of Florida's motorcycle community was riding Japanese machines that started every morning, regardless of humidity, that did not require a specific understanding of carburetor jets and oil weight variations based on ambient temperature. That simply worked. The Florida motorcycle landscape in the 1970s was consequently more diverse than the mythology suggests. You had Harley loyalists who would ride nothing else and had become formidable mechanics from necessity. You had Japanese bike riders who appreciated reliability and chose their machines accordingly. You had British Iron, Triumph Bonnevilles and BSA Gold Stars and Norton Commandos, ridden by the cafe racer community that had crossed from England and found Florida's straightaways and coastal roads appropriate to their machines. And you had the custom builders, the men who worked in Florida garages, building machines that had no direct equivalent anywhere in the industry, customs designed for Florida roads, Florida heat, Florida humidity, Florida's specific version of the American dream, which involved riding the length of A1A at sunrise with absolutely nothing to answer to for the next 8 hours. The culture these Florida riders built, year-round riding, deep mechanical knowledge, a community that formed around actual skill, disappeared not because riders stopped caring. It disappeared because an industry replaced it with something that looked the same and cost 10 times as much. The world you are riding in today is nothing like the world they built in. The prices are different. The dealer tactics are different. The gear brands have been sold to private equity. The OEM tires on your new bike are a worse compound than what you can buy retail. The 2026 Motorcycle Buyer's Bible is the document that closes that gap. Tire testing data, gear certification breakdown, dealer scripts that work right now. Link in the description. And if you rode in Florida in the 1970s, drop a comment. Your city, your bike, the road you still think about. I want every story. Act 4, The Rat's Hole, and the Chopper Show, The Rat's Hole. Custom Chopper Show at Daytona Bike Week began in 1971. By the mid-1970s, it had become the most important custom motorcycle exhibition in the country. More influential in many ways than the bike show circuit that operated through the rest of the year, because Daytona had an audience that no regional show could match. The machines that appeared at the Rat's Hole in the 1970s were the product of exactly what the 1970s motorcycle culture produced everywhere in America: garage builders, men with no formal training and no backing who had developed extraordinary fabrication skills from necessity and had turned that skill toward creating something that had never existed before. Florida had its own community of those builders, shaped by the same forces that shaped them elsewhere, but with specific local character. The Florida chopper was not quite the California digger. The influence of Arlen Ness's Bay Area work was present: the low-slung geometry, the flat bars, the frame following the ground rather than reaching for the sky, but Florida builders adapted the form for their environment. Long runs of flat highway rather than mountain switchbacks. A culture that was connected to the beach and the sun in a way that California's culture was, but the Midwest's was not. Colors that were bolder. Machines that were designed to be looked at in direct sunlight rather than in the filtered light of a garage show. The Rat's Hole drew builders from across the country to Daytona every year. Florida provided the stage, the rest of America provided the talent. And somewhere in that combination, Florida's weather, Florida's roads, Florida's specific version of the rider community, and the annual convergence of Bike Week, a culture form that was genuinely irreplaceable. The photographs from the 1973 Bike Week archived by the Vintagent tell you something about what it actually looked like. The street lined with customized Harleys and Hondas, a VW-powered trike that looks like something Big Daddy Ed Roth would have drawn on a cocktail napkin at 2 in the morning, Triumph Customs, BSA choppers, the occasional Japanese machine ridden by someone who was there for the racing rather than the culture. A lone policeman watching from the sidewalk. The specific texture of a community that had organized itself around a shared passion without any assistance from a marketing department. That texture is gone from Daytona. The organization happened in 1986, when dealers and authorities and the Chamber of Commerce sat down together and agreed on a 10-day structured festival. The organization improved safety and reduced conflict and produced the event that 500,000 people attend today. And it produced something that is not the same thing as what it replaced. I'm not saying the old way was better in every respect. People died at Daytona in the 1970s in ways that they do not die at modern Bike Week. And that matters. But the specific character of a gathering that organized itself around riders rather than around an event, that is genuinely gone. Florida enacted its Universal Motorcycle Helmet Law in September 1967 under pressure from the Federal Highway Safety Act of 1966, which effectively told states to mandate helmets or lose federal highway funding. By the early 1970s, 47 states had complied with that mandate. Florida's riders fought it from the beginning. The American bikers aiming toward education, ABATE, organized in Florida and lobbied for over 30 years against the universal requirement. The argument they made was the same argument riders made everywhere. The risk of riding without a helmet falls on the rider. No one else is endangered by an uncovered head. The government's interest in my personal safety does not override my right to make decisions about my own body. In 1976, Congress removed the financial penalty on states that refused to enforce helmet laws, responding to exactly the political pressure that Florida's riders and their counterparts around the country had been generating. Within 2 years, 28 states had repealed their requirements. Florida did not immediately repeal, its law remained in place, but the battle continued. Florida riders finally win in 2000 when Governor Jeb Bush signed a bill allowing riders over 21 to ride without helmets, provided they carried a minimum of $10,000 in medical insurance coverage. The Florida Supreme Court had previously ruled the helmet law constitutional in 1969. The repeal took 33 years of organized political work. I personally wear a helmet every time I ride. I am not telling you not to wear one. But the Florida helmet law fight matters to this story because it demonstrates something that the 1970s Florida motorcycle community had that current riding culture often lacks: the organizational will to treat legislative decisions as consequential and to spend decades pushing back against ones they disagreed with. The helmet law battle in Florida was not an angry Facebook post. It was 30 years of sustained lobbying, organized by riders who showed up at committee hearings and wrote letters and built coalitions. That kind of civic engagement came directly from the community structure that the 1970s motorcycle culture had built. The community that could organize and win that way was the community that gathered at Daytona in March, that maintained its machines in the Florida heat, that rode A1A continuously through the year. It had organizational capacity because it had actual community built around actual shared experience rather than shared marketing demographics. I want to stop the history for a moment and try to describe something that the photographs from the 1970s can suggest but cannot fully convey. What it actually felt like to ride Florida in that era. A 1A at 4:30 in the morning on a Tuesday in March, not the race week Tuesday, the ordinary Tuesday that the vast majority of Florida's year-round riders experienced every week. The Atlantic is your right this time because you are running north from Fort Lauderdale toward Palm Beach. The ocean is dark and making it sound. The road is dry and empty, and the temperature is 67 degrees, which after the winter you drove through to get here feels extraordinary on your skin. You are on a 1972 Kawasaki Z1 900. You bought it used from a Navy man who was reassigned to Pensacola and needed to sell it before he moved. You paid $1,200 and you have put the better part of 3,000 miles on it in the 6 months since. You know its sound now, the specific note of the four-cylinder at 6,000 RPM, the way the front end settles when you roll off the throttle entering a curve, the vibration at idle that goes away at anything above 2,000 RPM. You know all of this the way you know it when you have been riding the same machine in the same conditions continuously, which is different from knowing it academically. There are no other vehicles in your lane. There are almost no other vehicles anywhere. The road goes exactly where it goes, straight north along the coast with the occasional curve that the barrier islands produce, and you go with it at whatever speed the road permits. You are not being watched. You are not being managed. You are not participating in an event. You are just a person on a machine on a road at 4:30 in the morning in Florida. And this is what ride was before it became something else. The Florida riders of the 1970s ran A1A. They ran US 41, the Tamiami Trail, which cuts across the Everglades from Miami to Naples, at a time when Everglades National Park had not yet been fully developed, and the road ran through genuine wilderness that felt like the edge of the world if you were running it at dusk on a bike that was entirely dependent on your understanding of its mechanical systems. They ran US 19 up the Gulf Coast through Clearwater and Newport Richey and Spring Hill, through towns that had not yet become suburbs of Tampa. They ran the overseas highway through the Keys, which in the 1970s was still rough enough to be a genuine test for both machine and rider. If you rode any of those roads in the 1970s, and some of you did, and I know some of you are watching this right now with a specific image in your head that these words are bringing back, drop it in the comments. The road, the year, the bike. Whatever you remember. That is what this series exists to collect. The relationship between Florida's motorcycle culture and Florida's military presence in the 1970s is the least discussed and most important chapter of the story. Florida had more military installations per square mile than any state except Virginia and California. Naval Air Station Pensacola, Naval Station Mayport in Jacksonville, MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Patrick Air Force Base in Brevard County, Eglin Air Force Base in the Panhandle, and Homestead Air Force Base in South Florida. These installations cycled tens of thousands of young men through Florida every year. Some were stationed, some trained and left. Many trained, left, and came back because the climate was livable, because the cost of living was lower than most of the country, because the motorcycle culture that existed here was something they had found and did not want to leave. The Vietnam veterans who came to Florida in the early to mid-1970s were the same men who went to California, Ohio, and New York. Young, trained, disciplined, carrying something they could not fully explain to anyone who had not experienced it. The motorcycle community in Florida absorbed them the same way it absorbed them elsewhere. But Florida's military density meant the concentration was higher, and the clubs that formed around veteran membership in the 1970s were consequently larger and more organized than their counterparts in states with less military presence. These were not outlaw clubs in the sense that the press used that term. These were veterans who had spent years in organizations that ran on hierarchy and operational discipline, who brought that discipline to their riding clubs, their community activities, and their political organizing. The groups that showed up at Daytona in March from the military communities around Pensacola, Jacksonville, and Tampa rode in formation with a precision that casual club riders could not match. They camped together and maintained each other's machines and did the kind of communal mechanical work that the military teaches without calling it mechanical work. The Rolling Thunder Movement, the veteran motorcycle advocacy organization that eventually produced the annual Rolling Thunder Ride for Freedom in Washington, had its roots in this period and this culture. The visibility that Vietnam veterans found through riding, the voice they developed through the motorcycle community, was not accidental. It came from the specific combination of military organizational culture and motorcycle community that Florida's military density produced in the 1970s. In 1977, Hal Needham directed Smokey and the Bandit. Burt Reynolds played the Bandit. Sally Field played Carrie. Jerry Reed played Snowman. Jackie Gleason played Sheriff Buford T. Justice of Portague County, Texas. Smokey and the Bandit was not a motorcycle movie. It was a car movie, specifically a Trans Am movie, the black 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am that Burt Reynolds drove with a specific nonchalance that became one of the defining image of the late 1970s. The film was set across the American South, from Atlanta to Texarkana, with the band's job being to distract the law while Snowman ran a truckload of Coors beer across state lines. But Smokey and the Bandit matters to the Florida motorcycle story for exactly the reason that Chips mattered to the California motorcycle story. It defined what freedom looked like for an enormous audience. It made the open road and the running from authority and the machine as an instrument of personal liberty into mainstream entertainment. And it is a Florida-adjacent film. The culture it captured, the South-wide outlaw freedom on the highway culture, was the culture that extended from Texas through Alabama and Georgia and directly into Florida's panhandle and northern counties. The riders who came to Daytona from Alabama and Georgia and Tennessee in the 1970s were from that same culture. The same working-class Southern ethos that Smokey and the Bandit was capturing, the machine as freedom, the road as the answer to anything that needed answering, the authority as something to be outrun rather than obeyed, was the ethos that drove the migration to Daytona every March. If you were one of those riders, if you loaded up and ran south through Georgia every March because Daytona was where the year started, you know exactly what I am describing. And you know the specific way the state line felt when you crossed into Florida and the temperature came up and you understood that the next week was yours. By the late 1970s, the forces that were changing motorcycle culture across the country were changing it in Florida as well. The Japanese machines had created a category of rider who did not need to understand the machine to ride it. The Honda CB 750, the Kawasaki Z1, the Yamaha XS 650, these were motorcycles that started reliably, ran reliably, and did not demand the diagnostic knowledge that the Shovelhead demanded. The average Florida rider in 1979 was a different kind of rider from the average Florida rider in 1971. Less mechanically engaged, more numerous, more varied in their backgrounds and their reasons for riding. The dealerships responded to this shift the way dealerships respond to every shift, by identifying the new customer and optimizing their operations to extract maximum revenue from that customer. Florida dealers in the late 1970s were beginning to develop the practices that would eventually make Florida Harley dealerships the most predatory in the country. The transient customer base, snowbirds, tourists, military rotations meant that the consequences of burning a customer were minimal. There was always a new one coming through the door. The heat was also doing something to the character of Daytona. The informal, self-organized character of the early bike week was producing problems that became impossible to ignore. The relationship between law enforcement and the biker community deteriorated through the late 1970s. The criminal element that existed at the margins of any large gathering of people was increasingly visible. By 1986, when the Chamber of Commerce organized the event into its current structured form, the informal version had run its course. The organization that followed was necessary and produced something genuinely better in many respects. But it was not the same thing. The Daytona that riders came to in 1974 to watch Agostini beat Roberts in 90-degree heat on a machine he had never raced on a circuit he had never seen, that Daytona required nothing from you except to show up with a machine and a reason and the road sense to get there. The Daytona that exists today requires a hotel reservation and a wristband and a level of organization that the 1970s version would not have recognized as the same event. Harley-Davidson's pricing trajectory did the rest. A new 1976 Electra Glide was $3,375. A working man in a manufacturing job could buy it. By the early 1990s, the same motorcycle, adjusted for actual wage growth rather than just inflation, was priced out of the working class market. Harley had decided it was selling aspirational status rather than transportation. Florida dealers, with their tourist traffic and their snowbird wealth and their bike week volume, leaned into that decision harder than dealers anywhere else. The working class rider who had built Florida's motorcycle culture in the 1970s was gradually priced out of the market for the machine that had been the center of that culture. He did not stop riding. He bought used. He maintained what he had with the mechanical knowledge he had spent years developing. He kept the bikes going long past what the market expected. But the pipeline that had been bringing new working class riders into the culture via new affordable machines closed. And when a culture stops bringing in new people from the community that built it, it begins to serve a different community. Pennsylvania is not California, and it is not Texas, and it is not any of the states in this series where the motorcycle made an obvious kind of sense. You look at a map of Pennsylvania and you understand immediately why the motorcycle culture here was different. The state is bisected by mountain ridges running northeast to southwest, the Appalachians, the Alleghenies, the ridge and valley topography that made building anything across the state a feat of engineering that took generations. The Pennsylvania Turnpike, when it opened in 1940, was called the Tunnel Highway because it went through 7 mountains rather than around them. Blue Mountain, Kittatinny, Tuscarora, Sidling Hill, Rays Hill, Allegheny Mountain, Laurel Hill. 7 tunnels cut through 7 ridges because there was no other way through. What that geography produced for motorcycle riders in the 1970s was this: road quality that varied from genuinely excellent to genuinely dangerous within the same 10-mile stretch, whether that could change from clear to ice in 30 minutes at elevation, distances between towns that meant a breakdown was a genuine problem rather than an inconvenience, and road surfaces in the coal country that were actively damaged by the weight of coal trucks running the same routes every day for 50 years. But it also produced this: Route 6 across the northern tier, 240 miles from Irvine to Clark Summit, through the Pocono Mountains, through farmland and forest, and the Pennsylvania Grand Canyon at Pine Creek Gorge, the kind of road that makes a rider understand why they started. Route 44 from Potter County south through the Allegheny National Forest, designated the Highway to the Stars because the light pollution is so low, you can see the Milky Way from the road on a clear night. The stars. The Laurel Highlands stretch on Route 711 and 381, 68 miles through mountain country near Ohiopyle, where Frank Lloyd Wright built falling water directly over a waterfall in 1935 because he said the site demanded it. And Route 30, the Lincoln Highway, Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, 294 miles. The first transcontinental highway in America opened in 1913, following a British military trail built by General Forbes in 1758 during the French and Indian War. In Pennsylvania, it followed the Old Lancaster Pike, the first paved road in America, completed in 1796, through Lancaster and Gettysburg and Chambersburg and the Laurel Highlands into Pittsburgh, every mile of it carrying 300 years of American movement. The Lancaster, A California rider had beautiful roads and perfect weather. A Pennsylvania rider had Route 44 at night, under a sky full of stars after riding through a mountain rainstorm that soaked through everything, with 40 miles still to go, and a shovelhead that had been making a noise since Renovo that probably wasn't serious but definitely needed attention when he got home. The California rider had the better afternoon. The Pennsylvania rider had the better story. To understand the motorcycle culture of the 1970s, Pennsylvania, you have to understand what was happening economically in that specific decade. Because the 1970s were the last good years, and the people living in them mostly didn't know that yet. In 1973, the United Steelworkers Union and the major steel producers negotiated what historians have called the most generous labor contract in American history. American steelworkers became among the highest paid industrial workers on the planet. A man working a furnace in the Mon Valley or on the floor at Bethlehem Steel in the Lehigh Valley was earning wages that put him solidly in the American middle class. He owned his house. He was paying into a pension. His kids were going to college. And he had a Saturday. Bethlehem Steel, headquartered in Bethlehem in the Lehigh Valley, was the #2 steel producer in the nation. At its peak, it employed generations of the same families, fathers and sons and grandsons, who learned the same processes in the same buildings. The blast furnaces along the Lehigh River ran continuously. The company had built 80% of New York's skyscrapers, the Ben Franklin Bridge, the George Washington Bridge, the Golden Gate. Bethlehem Steel was in the bones of American infrastructure. Pittsburgh's Mon Valley was the other anchor. The Homestead Works, the Clairton Coke Works, Carnegie Steel, Jones and Laughlin, U.S. Steel, the mills running along the Monongahela River for miles, the valley glowing orange at night, the smell of coke and sulfur in the air year-round. In the peak years of the early 1970s, these mills employed over 150,000 workers in and around Pittsburgh alone. Entire communities existed because of the mills. Homestead's 8th Avenue shopping district, the bars in Clairton and McKeesport and Duquesne that opened at 6 a.m. for the workers coming off the night shift. And then there was Coal, the anthracite region in the Northeast, Temecula, Hazleton, Scranton, Pottsville, Mahanoy City, towns strung along Route 309 through the coal region like beads on a wire, and the bituminous coal country in the West. The 1973 oil crisis made coal suddenly valuable again. The mines were running. The miners were working. The Pioneer Tunnel in Ashland, where you can still ride the Loki locomotive into the mine today, was part of an industry that was, for that specific window in the early 1970s, economically viable in a way it wouldn't be again. What all of that produced for motorcycle culture was a working class man with disposable income, mechanical skills, and a specific relationship to machines that came directly from his work. A steelworker understood metal. He understood tolerances and heat, and the difference between a sound that was normal and a sound that meant something was about to fail. He understood maintenance schedules not as suggestions, but as survival protocols. He brought that understanding to his motorcycle, and it showed. The Pennsylvania rider of the Nowdies did not take his bike to a dealer. He did not call a shop for a quote. He bought a Chilton manual and a set of wrenches, and he figured it out in his garage on Saturday afternoon with a beer and a radio. Because that is what you did when you understood machines. Because that is what you did when the nearest dealer was in the next county. And because fixing something yourself in a state where the industrial culture demanded self-reliance was not a last resort. It was the first option. I personally think that relationship between industrial work and motorcycle maintenance produced a quality of rider that the California scene, for all its beauty and weather, never quite matched. The California rider had the resources and the roads. The Pennsylvania rider had the knowledge. Those are not the same thing. The self-reliance that defined Pennsylvania motorcycle culture in the 70s is the same self-reliance that the 2026 Motorcycle Buyer's Bible was built on. Independent data. No dealer relationships. No industry money influencing what I tell you. The OEM tire data, the gear certification breakdown, the pre-purchase inspection protocol, the dealer scripts, all of it built the way a Mon Valley steelworker would have approached it. Figure it out yourself. Use real information. Don't trust the man trying to sell you something. It launched at $97. Right now it is $9, link in the description. The national motorcycle press in the 1970s covered California. It covered Daytona. It covered Sturgis when Sturgis became large enough to ignore. It covered the custom chopper scene in Los Angeles and the racing scene at Laguna Seca. It covered the West Coast because the West Coast was photogenic and accessible, and because the editors and photographers were mostly in California to begin with. What it did not cover was Route 309 through the coal region on a November afternoon when the sky was the color of the inside of a mine and the temperature had dropped 15 degrees in an hour, and the road through Tamaqua had a crack in it from the coal trucks that would put you down if you hit it at the wrong angle. It did not cover the Laurel Highlands run on a May morning before the tourists arrived, when you had the road through Ohiopyle entirely to yourself, except for the white water noise of the Youghiogheny River below. It did not cover the northern tier on Route 6 in October when the Pocono foliage was at its peak and the road was dry and the temperature was exactly right, and there were 300 miles in front of you through country so empty that you could go an hour without seeing another vehicle. Pennsylvania riders knew about these roads. They had been riding them for years. They did not need a magazine to tell them where to go because they lived there. They rode in the cold because the cold was 6 months of the year, and you either rode in it or you didn't ride. They rode on roads damaged by industry because all the roads were damaged by industry. They developed riding skills that warm weather riders in flat states simply never needed. The specific roads that defined Pennsylvania motorcycle culture in the 1970s: Route 6, the northern tier route from Irvine to Clark Summit, 240 miles through some of the most remote landscape in the northeastern United States. Through the Pennsylvania Grand Canyon, Pine Creek Gorge, where the valley drops 800 feet below the road, and the gorge runs 47 miles through territory so undeveloped it was designated a National Natural Landmark. A road that rewards riders who understand patience and punishes riders who don't respect the elevation changes and the sudden weather. Route 44, the highway to the stars through Potter County. 44 miles from US Route 6 south through the Alleghenies with no traffic and no crossroads and curves that require your full attention. Cherry Springs State Park sits on this route, the darkest night sky in the eastern United States. No light pollution for 50 miles in any direction. A Pennsylvania rider in the 1970s knew this road the way California riders knew Pacific Coast Highway. With one difference: nobody from the national press ever came to write about it: the Lincoln Highway. Route 30 from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, the first transcontinental highway. In the 1970s, it was already being bypassed by the interstates, which meant the old road through the Alleghenies, through Chambersburg, through Bedford, through the Laurel Highlands was less trafficked, slower, and more honest than the newer roads. A rider who took Route 30 from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh in 1975 was riding the same general alignment that Conestoga wagons had used to cross the Alleghenies 200 years before. That historical depth is not nothing. Pennsylvania roads carry American history in a way that California roads, for all their beauty, simply do not. Route 309 through the coal region. Allentown north through Tamaqua and Hazleton into the Wyoming Valley. The stretch through the anthracite towns is not pretty in the conventional sense. The landscape has been worked. The coal comb banks rise above the towns, those gray-black mounds of mine waste that define the skyline of every coal community for 100 years. The towns have the specific gravity of places built for a purpose that is slowly failing. But the road itself, in the mountains between the valley floors, is challenging and specific in a way that flat roads never are. And the riders who knew it were the riders who lived in those coal towns, who had been riding these roads since they were old enough to ride. To understand the outlaw motorcycle culture of the 1970s Pennsylvania, you have to understand one fact that separates the state from everywhere else in the Big Four story. The Hells Angels are from California, the Outlaws are from Chicago, the Bandidos are from Texas. All three expanded internationally: Europe, Australia, Canada, because the expansion model was always part of the strategy. The Pagans are from Pennsylvania, and they never left. Founded in 1959 by Lou Dobkin in Prince George's County, Maryland, the club grew quietly through the early 1960s. It was John Satan Moran, who had been president of the Sons of Satan MC out of central Pennsylvania before patching over, who transformed the pagans into what they became. Under Moran's leadership in the late 1960s and through the 1970s, the pagans grew to nearly 5,000 members. Not 500. Not 1,500. 5,000 members, all concentrated on the East Coast between Maryland and New York, with Pennsylvania as the gravitational center. The pagans became dominant in the mid-Atlantic region in a way no other club managed because they filled a specific vacuum. The Hells Angels were a West Coast organization expanding eastward. The Outlaws were a Midwest organization. Nobody owned the Mid-Atlantic. The pagans did. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Delaware County, the industrial corridor between the two cities, the coal towns of the anthracite region, the club's leadership, the mother club, always exactly 13 members, always moving, never in a fixed location, was traditionally based in central Pennsylvania. Their patch is specific and worth understanding. The Norse fire giant Sir T.R. sitting on the sun, wielding a sword. The image came directly from Jack Kirby's illustration in Journey into Mystery, issue 97, a 1963 Marvel comic. Sir T.R. is the giant destined to set the world on fire at Ragnarok, the end of everything. The pagans chose that image deliberately. The colors are red, white, and blue. The only Big Four club whose patch uses American colors. They do not wear a bottom rocker. Every other Big Four club identifies its geographic chapter on the back of the vest. The pagans do not. The reason is territorial, the mother club moves, the chapters move, and the pagans have never been a club that wanted law enforcement or rivals to know exactly where they were based at any given moment. The nomadic quality is built into the patch design. Members are required to ride only Harley-Davidson motorcycles with engines larger than 900cc. Not British bikes, not Japanese bikes. Harleys. The industrial corridor of the East Coast ran on American iron in the 1970s, and the pagans reflected that culture exactly. The Warlocks MC, founded in Philadelphia in 1967, controlled the Delaware Valley and provided the primary territorial competition the pagans faced in their home state. The Warlocks had been bolstered by returning Vietnam veterans the same way clubs across the country had been, men who came home from Southeast Asia and found that the brotherhood structure of a motorcycle club mapped onto the unit cohesion they had known overseas. By 1977, the two clubs were engaged in documented territorial conflict across South Jersey, Delaware County, and the Philadelphia corridor that produced federal indictments and set the pattern for East Coast outlaw motorcycle warfare through the next decade. The pagans in the 1970s were not a media story the way the Hells Angels were a media story. Hunter Thompson had written about the Angels. Hollywood had made films. The national consciousness had a picture of the California Outlaw Club that it simply did not have of the Pennsylvania one. The pagans operated in the industrial East in communities that the cultural press did not cover, in a decade when the national narrative about motorcycle culture was still being written from the West Coast perspective. The 5,000 working-class riders in blue denim vests riding Harleys through the coal towns and steel mill corridors of Pennsylvania were the most powerful outlaw motorcycle presence on the East Coast, and the national motorcycle press barely knew their names. That is the Pennsylvania story in miniature. The most significant thing happening in the room, and nobody from outside the room was paying attention. I want to be direct about something before we finish this story. The 1970s motorcycle culture of Pennsylvania was built on a foundation that was already cracking by the time the decade ended. The United Steelworkers 1973 contract, the most generous in American history, was negotiated at almost exactly the moment that Japanese and German steel began taking market share that American mills would never recover. The coal towns were experiencing the second act of a decline that had started in the 1950s when anthracite heating lost the residential market to oil and gas. The good years of the early 1970s, when the mill money was coming in and a steelworker could afford a shovelhead and had Saturdays to ride it, were being financed on borrowed time. By 1980, the mills began laying off in numbers that ended communities. Between 1980 and 1983, roughly 95,000 manufacturing jobs were lost in and around Pittsburgh alone. Homestead's 8th Avenue, the shopping district that had thrived on mill wages for decades, started to hollow out in the late 1970s and was mostly gone by 1985. The Homestead Works was demolished in 1991. The site became a shopping mall in 1999. The Clairton Coke Works is still running, one of the last remnants of what the valley was. Its furnace is still visible from the Mon Valley Road at night. Bethlehem Steel filed for bankruptcy in 2001 and was dissolved in 2003. The blast furnaces along the Lehigh River in Bethlehem now stand as a backdrop for an arts and entertainment district, Steel Stacks. There is a casino where the parking lot used to be. The 5 blast furnaces are preserved as monuments. You can look at them from the amphitheater where they hold concerts in the summer. I personally think there is something important to sit with in that image. The blast furnaces serve as a backdrop for an entertainment venue. The thing that made Bethlehem what it was, preserved as scenery for events held on the site where it used to exist. That is not criticism of what Bethlehem did with the space. It is recognition of what was lost and what the loss looked like. The motorcycle culture that came out of those mills and those coal towns was built by men who understood machines completely and trusted their own hands, who rode in November because the season was what it was, and if you waited for perfect weather in Pennsylvania, you didn't ride much, who fixed everything themselves because there was no other option, and because the industrial culture they came from demanded self-sufficiency as a baseline condition, who built clubs in communities that the national press ignored, on roads that the national press never wrote about, with a presence on the East Coast that was larger and more organized than anything the West Coast press understood or acknowledged. The 1970s were their decade, the last full decade before the economic collapse began, the decade when the shovelhead and the coal money and the mountain roads were all happening at the same time, the pagans at 5,000 strong, the warlocks building their Delaware Valley presence, 1,000 unnamed writers in the anthracite towns who never made a magazine, but knew Route 309 from Allentown to Hazleton the way a carpenter knows the grain of wood he has been working for 30 years. A Pennsylvania writer in the 1970s was, in most cases, riding a Harley-Davidson Shovelhead. The engine had been introduced in 1966, replacing the panhead, and by the early 1970s it was established as the working-class machine of the East Coast outlaw and independent riding culture. Not the panhead of Easy Rider, which was already becoming a collector's item. The Shovelhead, the engine that demanded attention and rewarded knowledge. The Shovelhead earned its name from the shape of the rocker covers. They look like the back of a coal shovel, which was not an accidental association in the communities where the bike was most popular. It ran hot. It leaked oil. It vibrated at highway speeds in ways that required periodic attention to every fastener on the machine. The primary chain needed adjustment. The points needed setting. The pushrod seals needed watching. A shovelhead that was properly maintained and correctly jetted for the elevation it ran at would start on the first or second kick and run all day. A shovelhead that wasn't properly maintained would remind you specifically and persistently that it wasn't. The Pennsylvania rider maintained his shovelhead. He had to. The nearest authorized dealer was far enough away that a breakdown on Route 44 in Potter County was a problem of a different order than a breakdown on Sunset Boulevard. There were no cell phones. There was no roadside assistance. There was a tool roll under the seat and the knowledge to use it, or there was a long cold walk to the nearest farmhouse to use a phone to call someone who would drive 2 hours to come get you. That reality shaped the culture. It selected for mechanical knowledge the way California's weather and roads selected for rider confidence. A Pennsylvania shovelhead rider in the 1970s could do a valve adjustment on the road, could diagnose an electrical fault from sound alone, could rejet a carburetor for altitude change because the difference between riding at 800 feet in the valley and 2,400 feet on the ridge was real, and the engine told you about it if you weren't paying attention. The British bikes were still present, the Triumph Bonneville, the BSA, the Norton Commando, among riders who preferred the lighter handling and the higher revving character. Vietnam veterans who had been exposed to military bikes sometimes gravitated toward the Triumph because the 500cc T100 had been standard US military equipment and they knew the machine. But by the mid-1970s, the British motorcycle industry was in its terminal collapse. The Triumph factory at Meriden went into receivership in 1973. BSA had already failed. Norton was surviving on fumes and reputation. For a working-class Pennsylvania rider in 1975, the choice had largely narrowed to Harley-Davidson or Japanese. And in the communities shaped by the pagans' influence, the Japanese option carried social weight that made it a practical non-choice. You rode American iron in the coal country and the steel towns because the culture demanded it, and because the shovelhead, for all its demands, was a machine you could understand completely. It had no electronics to fail, no black boxes, no computerized systems that required proprietary diagnostic equipment. A shovelhead was mechanical all the way down, and in the industrial communities of Pennsylvania, mechanical all the way down was not a disadvantage. Pottsville, Schuylkill County. The anthracite coal capital of America in its prime. Home of Yuengling Brewery, founded in 1829, the oldest operating brewery in the United States, which survived Prohibition by making near beer and ice cream and waited out the federal government the same way the coal towns waited out everything, stubbornly, with no expectation that the outside world would be particularly helpful. In the 1970s, Yuengling was still primarily a regional beer, sold in the bars and restaurants of the coal towns by men who had been drinking it since before they were old enough to legally drink it. The lager was part of the landscape, the way the calm banks were part of the landscape. You did not need to explain it to anyone who lived within 50 miles. You only needed to explain it to outsiders, and outsiders didn't come to Pottsville much. Scranton. The Electric City. Named for its pioneering electric streetcar system, the first in the United States. By the 1970s, the anthracite economy that had built Scranton was in its second generation of decline, and the city was running on institutional momentum and the particular stubbornness of northeastern Pennsylvania. The Lackawanna coal mine in nearby Scranton, where you can still descend into a working mine today, gives you a physical understanding of what the work was. The darkness, the coal dust, the specific weight of being underground. A man who spent his working life in that darkness had a specific relationship with open sky and open road that you cannot fully understand without understanding what he was coming from. Jim Thorpe. Named for the greatest athlete of the 20th century, buried there at the request of two Pennsylvania towns that merged and took his name in exchange for the right to keep his body when his widow agreed to the arrangement in 1954 over the objections of his family who wanted him buried in Oklahoma. Jim Thorpe never lived in the Lehigh Valley. He never expressed a wish to be buried there. His son spent decades trying to move his remains to Oklahoma, where the Sac and Fox Nation had planned a memorial. They never succeeded. Jim Thorpe's body is in the Lehigh Valley because two Pennsylvania towns needed a tourism anchor and were willing to fight for it legally. The story, the specific Pennsylvania quality of acquiring something useful by whatever means are available and holding on to it with absolute stubbornness, is embedded in the landscape the way coal is embedded in the landscape. The writers who came from Jim Thorpe, from the Lehigh Valley, from the Pocono mountain towns, knew the terrain of their country in the specific way that people who have lived somewhere their whole lives know terrain. Not as geography, but as memory. That corner where the road goes left unexpectedly, but always has. That stretch where the frost heaves come up in March and disappear by May. That diner in Mauch Chunk, the old name for Jim Thorpe, which nobody who grew up there actually used, that opened at 5 in the morning and closed at 2 in the afternoon and had the best pie in Carbon County and no sign out front. That is the Pennsylvania motorcycle culture of the 1970s. It does not photograph easily. It does not reduce to a slogan or a single defining image. It is weight and knowledge and stubbornness and a shovelhead that starts on the second kick because you know exactly what it needs and you gave it that. There were 4,000 motorcycles in Hollister, California on the 4th of July weekend, 1947. They were spread across a valley town of 4,500 people, a place that had been hosting motorcycle races since the 1930s. The San Benito County Fairgrounds had organized racing that weekend. The Salinas Ramblers held a gymkhana. Riders from across California came for the bikes, for the racing, for the company of people who understood what it meant to arrive somewhere under your own power on a machine you had built yourself. By Monday morning, Life magazine had turned it into a national scandal. One photograph. Staged. A man named Eddie Davenport, not a violent outlaw, but a regular rider, was asked to sit on a borrowed motorcycle surrounded by empty beer bottles that had been collected from the surrounding area and arranged in the frame by a photographer named Barney Peterson. Davenport was paid for his participation. The motorcycle was not his. The beer bottles were collected from a gutter. They were not placed there by Davenport. The caption read, "Motorcyclists take over town." America believed it. Hollywood confirmed it. And the culture that had existed for 40 years before that photograph, the actual motorcycle culture of the 1940s and the 1950s, the veterans and the working men and the women who rode because they loved it, and the clubs that organized racing and safety and community events across the country, that culture was buried under a myth that Hollywood invented, and the industry spent the next 70 years selling back to the people it had destroyed. To understand what the 1950s motorcycle culture actually was, you have to understand what preceded it. And what preceded it was 40 years of working Americans falling in love with the motorcycle as the most democratic machine ever built. The Indian Motorcycle Company was founded in Springfield, Massachusetts in 1901. Harley-Davidson followed in Milwaukee in 1903. By 1910, there were dozens of American motorcycle manufacturers competing for the attention of a public that had discovered a machine that could cover ground faster than a horse, required less maintenance than a car, and could be purchased by a working man who could not yet afford four wheels. By 1920, the American Motorcyclists Association had been established to sanction racing, organize clubs, and build the institutional framework for a culture that was growing faster than anyone had anticipated. The association's membership through the 1920s and the 1930s was working class in the truest sense of the word. Farmers, factory workers, miners, postal workers, delivery men. Men for whom the motorcycle was not a leisure product, but a practical machine that happened to produce joy in the using of it. Women rode too, before anyone called it remarkable. Effie Hotchkiss rode a motorcycle across America in 1915 from New York to San Francisco and back with her mother in the sidecar. She was 26 years old. She did not have GPS. She did not have paved roads for most of the route. She had a Harley-Davidson, a sidecar, and the specific stubbornness of a woman who had decided to do something and was not interested in the reasons it could not be done. In 1916, Sisters Augusta and Adeline Van Buren became the first women to ride motorcycles across America. The American Motorcyclists Association refused to certify them because the certification was for men only. They went anyway. They arrived on the West Coast and applied to join the Army as dispatch riders. The Army refused. They went home. For the next 40 years, nobody in American popular culture talked about them. The motorcycle community of the 1920s and 1930s was not an outlaw culture. It was a community culture. The AMA organized gypsy tours, group rides to specific destinations that created a social infrastructure around the machine. Local clubs held hill climbs, flat track races, and endurance events. Riders competed for trophies rather than territory. The social events were family events, picnics, barbecues, camping trips, organized around the machine that everyone in the group owned, loved, and maintained. The men who came back from World War II came back different. They had been 18 or 20 when they left, and 30 or 35 when they returned. They had been to places they could not describe and done things they could not talk about. They came home to a country that wanted to pretend the war had not happened the way it had, that wanted normalcy and conformity and the suburban dream as a replacement for the chaos of the preceding decade. Some of them could not do it, not because they were dangerous, but because they had been somewhere that normal life could not reach. The motorcycle was the only piece of equipment available that produced a sensation close to what they were missing: the speed, the exposure to weather and road, the mechanical intimacy of a machine that responded directly to every decision the rider made, the community of other men who had also been somewhere that the civilian world did not fully understand. They formed clubs, the booze fighters, the pissed-off bastards of Bloomington, the Market Street Commandos. These names sound menacing to 2026 ears. In 1946, they were ironic, the self-deprecating humor of men who had survived something and needed a name for the group that shared the survival. Most of these clubs were not outlaw organizations. They were veteran organizations that rode motorcycles. The gypsy tours, the hill climbs, the flat track events, the AMA calendar of sanctioned activities. That was the frame most of these clubs operated within, the same frame that had defined American motorcycle culture for 20 years before the war. July 4th weekend, 1947. The Salinas Ramblers Motorcycle Club had organized the AMA sanctioned gypsy tour to Hollister, California. The San Benito County Fairgrounds had racing on the schedule. The town had hosted motorcycle events for years without incident. The numbers vary by source. Roughly 4,000 riders came. A town of 4,500 people suddenly had its population nearly doubled by visitors arriving on motorcycles. Most of them were there for the racing. Some of them were there for the beer. A small number of them were not affiliated with any club and were not interested in the scheduled activities. There were incidents, minor property damage, some public drunkenness, a few fistfights. The Hollister City Jail, which had a capacity of 10, was stretched. The local police were overwhelmed not because the riders were violent, but because 4,000 unexpected visitors to a town of 4,500 produces logistical challenges that no small-town police department had been designed to manage. The San Francisco Chronicle sent a reporter. The reporter sent a dispatch that described events in terms significantly more dramatic than what the Hollister chief of police would later characterize as just one hell of a big party. The Associated Press picked up the story. Life magazine sent Barney Peterson to get a photograph. What Peterson found when he arrived was not a town under siege. It was a party that had gotten loud. The street was littered with beer bottles, the residue of 4,000 people spending a holiday weekend in a small town. There was no organized violence. There were no weapons. There was noise and mess and the specific chaos of a large gathering in a small place that had not been designed for it. Peterson needed a photograph that told the story the wire service had already filed. He found Eddie Davenport, a 29-year-old rider from Riverside who was willing to sit on a borrowed motorcycle. The beer bottles from the surrounding area were collected and arranged around the motorcycle. Davenport was told to look disheveled and hold a beer. Peterson took the photograph. The caption that ran in Life magazine read, "Motorcyclists take over town." The country that had just survived World War II and was deeply anxious about what the returning veterans had brought back with them looked at that photograph and saw confirmation of its deepest fear. They believed the men who had come home were not entirely civilized. The motorcycle was the vehicle of their UN civilization. The town of Hollister was the first casualty. Every word of that interpretation was wrong. The photograph was staged. The caption was fabricated. The veterans who came to Hollister came for a race, drank beer at a party, and went home. The chief of police said so. The city records said so. Actual contemporary accounts from Hollister residents said so. Nobody was listening. Hollywood was already writing the script. Before we go further, if you are watching this and you know someone who has been riding for 30 years and thinks they know where motorcycle culture came from, send them this video right now. Not later. Right now. The story we are telling about where the outlaw biker myth actually came from has never been told at this depth on YouTube. The person who shares it first is doing the riding community a genuine service. Share it to your Facebook groups. Post it in your motorcycle subreddits. Text it to the riders you know. The history that gets covered up stays covered up until someone decides to share the accurate version. The Wild One, directed by Laszlo Benedek, produced by Stanley Kramer, starring Marlon Brando as Johnny, the leader of the Black Rebels Motorcycle Club, and Lee Marvin as Chino, the leader of the rival Beatles. The film was released December 30th, 1953. It was based loosely on a short story by Frank Rooney called The Cyclist Raid, which was itself based loosely on the Hollister incident. The distance between what actually happened at Hollister and what appears in The Wild One is the distance between a loud party and a siege. The Wild One was a work of fiction presented as a window into reality. The opening title card set the tone. It read, "This is a shocking story. It could never take place in most American towns, but it did in this one." The film that followed showed motorcycle riders terrorizing a small town, assaulting citizens, holding a woman captive, and generally conducting themselves as an occupying force. The film was condemned by the National Legion of Decency. It was banned in Britain for 14 years. And it became the most culturally influential motorcycle film ever made, because it gave the American public a visual language for the motorcycle rider that was simultaneously frightening and romantic. Brando's performance as Johnny was not that of a villain. It was the performance of a lost soul. When a girl asks him, "What are you rebelling against?" and he answers, "What do you got?" the line produced not fear, but identification in the generation that heard it. The film's specific cultural damage was not that it made motorcycle riders look dangerous. It was that it made motorcycle riders look like a coherent cultural category with shared values and shared aesthetics that were opposed to mainstream American life. Before The Wild One, motorcycle riders were working men who rode for practical and recreational reasons. After The Wild One, motorcycle riders were rebels. The industry understood what had happened before most of the culture did. Leather jacket sales increased significantly in the years following the film's release. The specific style of the Black Rebels Motorcycle Club, the peaked cap, the leather jacket, the dungarees, became costume before it became culture. Men who had never ridden a motorcycle bought the jacket because Brando had worn it. I personally think that transition from practical garment to cultural costume is the moment when the motorcycle industry lost the culture it had been building for 50 years. Not because the jacket was wrong, because the jacket became more important than the machine. The symbol replaced the substance, and the people who came to motorcycling for the symbol rather than the substance changed what motorcycling was. Here's what the mainstream motorcycle culture of the 1950s looked like while Hollywood was constructing the outlaw myth. These two things existed simultaneously, and the documentary record of one was vastly more prominent than the documentary record of the other. The American Motorcyclists Association had approximately 100,000 registered members in the early 1950s. These were dues-paying members of sanctioned clubs who participated in organized events, gypsy tours, hill climbs, flat track racing, endurance events, and field meets. The association calendar for any given year in the early 1950s shows dozens of events across the country, organized by clubs with names like the Fresno Motorcycle Club, the Denver Motorcycle Club, the Chicago Motorcycle Club. Family events, summer weekends, American civic life, organized around a machine, family. Women competed. At a time when women's athletic participation was actively discouraged by most American institutions, motorcycle competition provided a specific exception. The women's division of flat track racing, sanctioned by the American Motorcyclists Association in the 1950s, was active and legitimate. Dorothy Dot Robinson, the most decorated female motorcycle competitor in American history, up to that point, won over 200 endurance events and rally competitions. She won the Jack Pine Enduro, one of the most demanding motorcycle endurance events in America, multiple times competing against men. Life magazine photographed her in 1948 as a housewife who happened to be America's greatest woman motorcycle competitor. The headline treated her as a curiosity. She was not a curiosity. She was the product of a culture that had been building female competition infrastructure for 30 years. The black motorcycle community rode too. The East Bay Dragons Motorcycle Club was founded in Oakland in 1959. Toby Jean Livingston, the founder, grew up in Oakland and started riding in the 1950s when the American Motorcyclists Association still had a whites-only membership policy. The black motorcycle clubs that formed in the 1950s and early 1960s in Oakland and Los Angeles, in Detroit, and in Chicago developed an entirely parallel culture to the mainstream because the mainstream culture's governing institution formally excluded them. They built their own events, their own runs, and their own community infrastructure. The mainstream motorcycle press did not cover any of it. The History Lounge did not cover any of it. This channel is one of the few places this part of the story has been told. The Korean War veterans arrived home in the early 1950s the same way the World War II veterans had arrived in the late 1940s, changed by what they had experienced, in need of a community that understood that change, and finding it on two wheels. The motorcycle clubs that formed around Korean War veterans in the early 1950s were structurally identical to the clubs formed by World War II veterans 5 years earlier. Working class men, practical machines, community organized around shared experience. Working class. The booze fighters, whose presence at Hollister had contributed to the incident that Life magazine mythologized, were a specific case in point. The club was founded in 1946 by wino Willie Faulkner, a World War II veteran, at the All-American Bar in South Central Los Angeles. The name was a joke. The founder was not a violent man. He was a veteran who liked to ride and liked to drink and thought it was funny to name a club after both habits. The booze fighters participated in events sanctioned by the American Motorcyclists Association. They entered sanctioned competitions. When the Hollister incident produced the Life magazine photograph, the booze fighters were specifically mischaracterized as the primary source of disorder. The historical record does not support that characterization. Faulkner himself said so repeatedly in interviews before his death. After Hollister and after the Wild One, the American Motorcyclists Association, known as AMA, issued a statement that produced more lasting cultural damage than either the photograph or the film. The trouble at Hollister was caused by the 1% of motorcyclists who are outlaws and undesirables. The other 99% are good, decent, law-abiding citizens. The AMA has never confirmed that this statement was actually issued in this exact form. Multiple scholars who have researched the organization's historical records have been unable to locate the original document. The statement may be an apocryphal distillation of positions the AMA took in the aftermath of Hollister. It may be the editorial summary of a press release that did not survive. It may have been invented entirely and retroactively attributed to the AMA because it was a useful organizing statement for the culture that followed. What the statement produced was the 1% identity. The clubs that rejected the AMA's framing, that rejected the 99% designation, and the implication that compliance with mainstream values was the measure of a legitimate rider, began wearing 1% patches as a declaration of identity. The Hells Angels, the Outlaws, the Pagans, the Banditos. The four clubs that would eventually become the Big Four of outlaw motorcycle culture all adopted the 1% identity not as an admission of criminality, but as a rejection of the AMA's authority to define what a legitimate rider is. The specific irony of this moment is worth sitting with. The AMA, attempting to distance legitimate motorcycle culture from the outlaw myth that Hollywood and Life magazine had constructed, issued a statement that gave the outlaw myth its most enduring symbol. The 1% patch exists because the AMA tried to create a clean distinction between good riders and bad riders. The distinction backfired in the most complete way imaginable. By the mid-1950s, the outlaw biker was a fixed cultural archetype, not because the culture that produced it was large. In 1955, the total membership of all clubs that would eventually be classified as 1% organizations was a few thousand people at most, against an AMA membership of 100,000 and a broader motorcycle riding population of several hundred thousand. The outlaw culture was a fringe. Hollywood made it the center. Stop here for a moment. Think about the rider who taught you to ride, or the person who first put you on a motorcycle, or the club you rode with for 20 years that the mainstream culture never understood. This video is the document they deserve. Share it to the Facebook group where your riding community lives. Post it to Our Motorcycles on Reddit. Post it to Our Vintage Motorcycles. Send it to the person who has been riding for 40 years and would recognize every single thing we are talking about. The algorithm shows this video to more people every time someone shares it outside YouTube. You sharing it right now is the most direct way to make sure this history reaches the people who need it. While Hollywood was constructing and reconstructing the outlaw biker identity through the 1950s, an entirely different motorcycle culture was developing that no film has ever properly documented, and that most people, even most motorcyclists, know almost nothing about: the desert racers. The off-road community that emerged from the southwestern United States in the late 1940s and developed through the 1950s into the most technically demanding motorcycle culture America has ever produced. The terrain of the Mojave Desert does not forgive incompetence. The arroyos and dry lake beds and Rocky Mountain passes of the California and Nevada desert produced riding conditions that required a specific kind of machine, light, reliable, capable of handling terrain that would destroy a road bike, and a specific kind of rider. The desert racer of the 1950s was not performing an identity. He was solving a problem. The problem was how to cover desert terrain at speed without dying. The solution was mechanical knowledge, physical fitness, riding skill developed over thousands of miles, and a machine that he had likely built or significantly modified himself. The Big Bear Run, the Greenhorn Enduro, the Catalina Grand Prix, run on Catalina Island. These were the events that defined American off-road motorcycle competition in the 1950s. The riders who competed in them, men like Bud Ekins, who would later serve as Steve McQueen's stunt double in The Great Escape, and Malcolm Smith, who would become the protagonist of Bruce Brown's On Any Sunday, were the most skilled motorcycle riders in America. None of them were outlaws. None of them appeared in the popular press as examples of motorcycle culture. Hollywood had defined what motorcycle culture looked like, and it looked like Marlon Brando in a leather jacket, not Bud Ekins in a dust-covered jersey finishing a 200-mile desert race. Steve McQueen himself is worth discussing specifically. McQueen started riding motorcycles in the early 1950s. He competed in enduros. He raced the 6 Days Trial in 1964 as part of the United States team. He won a silver medal at the International 6 Days Trial in 1964. He was, by the objective standard of competition results, one of the most accomplished motorcycle racers America produced in that era. What Hollywood made him famous for was not his racing, it was The Great Escape, in which he rode a Triumph TR6 trophy motorcycle through a scene that his own skill as a rider made possible. The motorcycle jumping the barbed wire fence is the image people remember. McQueen drove the fence side himself. Bud Ickens, his friend and fellow desert racer, drove the Allied side because the production insurance would not allow McQueen to take both risks. The most famous motorcycle scene in Hollywood history was made possible by the desert racing culture that Hollywood had spent a decade ignoring. The men who could do what that scene required were the men the popular culture had been looking past to focus on the staged photograph and the theatrical myth. This is the part of the story I find hardest to understand when I look at what the culture became. The 1950s motorcycle culture had women in it, not as accessories, not as passengers, as riders, as competitors, as the people who organized the events that made the culture what it was. The specific erasure of those women from the popular history of motorcycling is one of the most complete acts of historical revision I have encountered researching this channel. Dot Robinson. Already mentioned. But the full picture of who she was requires more than one sentence. She competed in the Jack Pine Enduro, a 500-mile, 2-day endurance event through Michigan forest roads in all weather. And she won it against mixed fields. She did not win a women apostrophes division. She won the event against men who had been riding their entire lives. She did that in the early 1950s when the AMA apostrophe S official position was that women should be encouraged to ride as passengers. Linda Dugeau, the co-founder of the Motor Maids, the oldest all-women motorcycle organization in America, established in 1940. Dugeau rode a motorcycle from Providence, Rhode Island to San Jose, California to meet Dot Robinson at an AMA event in 1940. They decided that women who rode motorcycles needed an organization that recognized them as riders rather than as passengers of male riders. The Motor Maids were that organization. By the mid-1950s, the Motor Maids had chapters across the country, and their membership competed in AMA events at every level. The mainstream motorcycle press of the 1950s covered these women occasionally, always framed as curiosity, the exception rather than the norm, the woman who rides rather than the rider who happens to be a woman. The film The Wild One had no women riders. The outlaw biker films that followed The Wild One through the late 1950s and the 1960s featured women only as objects of threat or rescue. That absence helped build an outlaw image that excluded women from the center of the story. The culture that had produced Dot Robinson and the Motor Maids and the Van Buren sisters was replaced in the popular imagination by a culture in which women existed only in relation to men on motorcycles. That replacement did not happen because the culture changed. It happened because the camera pointed somewhere else. The motorcycle of the early 1950s, before the Japanese manufacturers arrived to fundamentally change what a motorcycle could be, was a machine that demanded complete engagement from its rider. The Harley-Davidson Panhead was introduced in 1948. It was named for the shape of the rocker covers, which resembled upside-down roasting pans. It replaced the knucklehead that had defined the preceding decade. The Panhead was a 74 cubic inch overhead valve V-twin that produced approximately 50 horsepower in its standard form. It had hydraulic lifters, a significant reliability improvement over the knucklehead's mechanical lifters. It had an aluminum cylinder head that dissipated heat more effectively than the cast iron head it replaced. It still leaked oil. It still required regular valve adjustments. It still needed its primary chain tensioned, its points set, its ignition timing checked, and its carburetor jetted for the altitude and temperature at which it was going to be ridden. A rider who owned a Panhead in 1952 was a mechanic. He had to be. The nearest dealer might be 50 miles away. The machine broke in ways that required immediate roadside intervention or a long walk to the nearest telephone. The Indian Chief was the last great Indian motorcycle before the company collapsed in 1953. It had skirted fenders and a 74 cubic inch flathead V-twin that made less power than the Panhead, but delivered torque that pulled the machine through terrain that would have stopped a smaller engine. The Indian rider of the early 1950s belonged to a culture that was ending even as he participated in it. By 1953, the factory was gone, the dealers were closing, and the parts supply was becoming problematic. The men who had been riding Indians since the 1930s were facing the particular grief of watching a machine they loved become impossible to maintain because the company that made it had ceased to exist. The British bikes. The Triumph Bonneville would not arrive until 1959, but through the early and mid-1950s, the Triumph Speed Twin and the Tiger were the machines American riders chose when they wanted lighter handling and a higher revving character rather than the American iron. Triumph dealers who had established themselves in the 1940s were building customer bases that would sustain the brand through its peak decades. The BSA Gold Star, a single-cylinder racing machine that became the most successful production race bike in Britain, began to appear on American tracks and endurance events in the early 1950s, ridden by men who found in the British machine what the American iron could not provide. This was a machine culture in the early 1950s. Specific machines, specific requirements, specific knowledge. A rider who knew his machine completely because the machine demanded to be known completely. The mechanic culture, the wrench culture, the man on Saturday morning with his hands inside a panhead engine making the adjustment that would determine how the machine ran on Sunday. Hollywood replaced that with a leather jacket and an attitude. The jacket was easier to sell than the knowledge. In 1960, there were 575,000 registered motorcycles in America. By 1969, there were 3 million, 5 times the number, in 1 decade. The largest single-decade expansion of motorcycle ownership in American history before or since. More motorcycles entered American roads between 1960 and 1969 than had existed in the entire country for the previous 60 years of the machine's existence. That number alone should stop you. But the number is the least interesting part of the story. What changed in the 1960s was not just how many Americans owned motorcycles. What changed was why they owned them, who was selling them, what the machines represented, and what happened to the working class culture that had built the foundation when the middle class arrived and decided motorcycles were interesting. The Honda CB750 had not yet arrived. That was 1969, the last year of the decade, a machine that would redefine everything. The Kawasaki Z1, the Yamaha RD350, the Japanese sport bike revolution, all of that was still ahead. What the 1960s produced was the transition, the hinge decade. The 10 years when the motorcycle stopped being a machine you bought because you needed it and started being a symbol you bought because of what it said about you. And I want to tell you exactly how that happened, because the specific forces that transformed motorcycle culture in the 1960s, the Honda marketing campaign that reached mainstream America, the British invasion that brought cafe racers, and the Triumph Bonneville to every garage in the country, the Vietnam War that sent a generation of young men to learn how to be comfortable with risk, and the single film released in July 1969 that made the motorcycle into the most powerful symbol of personal freedom in American popular culture, those forces did not serve the working class culture, they transformed. They replaced it. Understanding the 1960s is understanding the moment the trade was made, and understanding what was traded away. Before we talk about what the 1960s changed, we have to be specific about what existed before those changes arrived, because the mythology of motorcycle culture tends to start with Easy Rider, or the 1970s chopper scene, or the Hollister incident, and in doing so it erases 40 years of American motorcycle culture that preceded the moment the mainstream discovered it. By 1960, the motorcycle had been a working-class machine for 5 decades. Not a leisure product, not a lifestyle accessory. Transportation. Practical, affordable, maintainable transportation for men who could not yet afford automobiles, who lived in cities where a machine that could split traffic was more practical than one that could not, who worked in factories and mills and trades where mechanical knowledge was a baseline competency, and maintaining a motorcycle was not a special skill, but simply the application of skills already held. The American Motorcyclists Association had been sanctioning clubs and events since the 1920s. The gypsy tours, the hill climbs, the flat track races that drew working class riders from the surrounding counties to a fairground for a weekend of competition. The AMA had 100,000 members by the early 1960s, not aspiring outlaws, not weekend warriors, not lifestyle consumers. Factory workers, machinists, tradesmen, men who rode because the machine was useful and loved because the machine was honest. The dominant machines of 1960 were American and British. Harley-Davidson held a significant share of the super heavyweight category. The British manufacturers, Triumph, BSA, Norton, had been expanding their American market presence since the 1950s and had developed devoted followings in the process. The Triumph Bonneville, introduced in 1959, was the machine that serious riders who wanted performance without a Harley size and weight were choosing. It handled. It responded. It made a sound unlike anything the American factories were producing. A new Harley-Davidson Sportster in 1960 cost approximately $1,200. A Triumph Bonneville was similar in price. A factory worker earning the median industrial wage of around $5,000 per year could buy either machine for roughly 2.5 months of gross income. The motorcycle was genuinely accessible to the working class rider who prioritized it. The culture around these machines was built on knowledge. The 1960 motorcycle rider who bought a Triumph Bonneville understood that he was buying a machine with certain characteristics: a tendency toward vibration at a high RPM, a requirement for regular valve adjustment, a specific carburetor tuning sensitivity that rewarded attentiveness and punished neglect. He understood this because the culture transmitted this understanding. Older riders taught younger riders. Clubs maintained archives of mechanical knowledge. The dealer who sold you the machine was often the man who had ridden the same model for years and could tell you from personal experience what it needed. That culture, dense, specific, requiring genuine competence, was what existed in 1960. It was not glamorous by any mainstream standard. It was not photographed by Life magazine. It was not the subject of Hollywood films. It was men who understood machines, riding them on weekends and maintaining them in garages, and transmitting knowledge to each other through direct conversation. It was real in a way that what replaced it was not. In 1959, Honda opened its first American subsidiary in Los Angeles. The machines they brought, the Honda Dream, the Super Cub, small displacement reliable commuters that bore almost no resemblance to the Harley Knucklehead or the Triumph Bonneville in either appearance or purpose, were not immediately recognized as a threat by the American manufacturers. They were regarded as toys, underpowered, unserious, the machines of people who were not yet ready for real motorcycles. The American manufacturers' failure to take Honda seriously is one of the most documented cases of competitive blindness in manufacturing history, and it produced consequences that permanently altered the American motorcycle landscape. The You Meet the Nicest People on a Honda campaign launched in 1963, created by the advertising agency Gray Advertising in partnership with Honda's American management. The campaign was the most consequential piece of motorcycle marketing in American history. Not because it sold motorcycles, though it sold enormous numbers of motorcycles, but because it changed who believed motorcycles were for them. The Nicest People campaign ran in mainstream publications, Life magazine, Saturday Evening Post. It showed ordinary Americans, housewives, doctors, teachers, college students on Honda motorcycles in suburban settings, picnics, shopping trips, campus rides. The images were deliberately, carefully constructed to position the Honda motorcycle as the opposite of the outlaw biker image that Hollywood and Life magazine itself had spent 15 years constructing. The message was explicit and effective. This is not that. The motorcycle you see in these photographs is not the machine of the wild one, or the Hollister rioter, or the one percenter. This is the machine of your neighbor, your doctor, the college student who lives down the hall. This machine is for you if you are the kind of person who reads this magazine and lives in this kind of neighborhood and has these kinds of aspirations. It worked. It worked beyond any metric Honda's American management had projected. Between 1963 and 1965, Honda's American sales grew from approximately 40,000 units to over 200,000 units annually. The company that American manufacturers had dismissed as a toy manufacturer had become the most important force in American motorcycling in less than a decade. I personally think the Nicest People campaign is the single most important piece of cultural work in the history of American motorcycle culture. Not because it was good for the culture, but because it fundamentally changed what the culture was about. Before the campaign, motorcycle culture was defined by people who rode motorcycles. After the campaign, motorcycle culture was also defined by people who were attracted to what motorcycles represented. Those are not the same constituency, and they do not want the same things from the machine or from each other. While Honda was building the mainstream middle-class market from the bottom, the British manufacturers were doing something entirely different at the top. They were creating the most technically and aesthetically sophisticated motorcycle culture America had ever seen, and they were doing it through machines that demanded genuine skill and rewarded riders who developed it. The Triumph Bonneville T1 became the aspirational machine of the early 1960s for riders who wanted performance. Steve McQueen rode Triumphs. Evel Knievel started on Triumphs. The Bonneville was the machine associated with the world's most physically and technically demanding motorcycle racing, the Isle of Man TT, and that association gave it a credibility that no American machine was matching in the early part of the decade. The cafe racer culture that developed around the British bikes in the early 1960s was the most technically engaged motorcycle culture the country had seen. Cafe racers, named for the practice of racing between London cafes, specifically the Ace Cafe, where riders would set a record time for a predetermined route, were not choppers. They were the opposite of choppers. Where the chopper extended and lowered and simplified, the cafe racer tightened and lightened and refined, clip-on handlebars, rear-set foot pegs, a lean-forward, aggressive riding position that put the rider in dialogue with the machine rather than lounging away from it. The cafe racer rider of the early 1960s knew his machine completely. The BSA Gold Star that was the premier British single-cylinder competition machine required setup knowledge that went beyond what any manual provided. The specific carburetor needle clip position for your altitude and temperature, the ignition advance curve that your particular engine had developed over its service life, the specific tension on the primary chain that balanced wear against power loss. These were not factory settings. They were personal knowledge developed through miles and attention. The British manufacturers were, by the mid-1960s, beginning to show the cracks that would eventually destroy them. Labor relations at the British factories had deteriorated badly. Production quality was inconsistent. The engineers who were developing the machines were not always in communication with the management who were pricing and positioning them. Triumph was producing extraordinary machines alongside poorly assembled ones. BSA was struggling with management decisions that its workers disagreed with, and its customers were beginning to notice. But in the early 1960s, before the Japanese manufacturers had fully demonstrated what engineering discipline and production quality could produce at scale, the British bikes were the technical standard against which everything else was measured. And the culture they built in America in that period, technically demanding, aesthetically specific, built around genuine riding competence, was the most sophisticated motorcycle culture the country had produced. That culture would be buried under the avalanche of the late 1960s. But it existed, and its existence mattered. If you are watching this and thinking about someone who rode in the 1960s, a father, an uncle, an older friend who has been trying to tell you about what motorcycles were before Easy Rider changed everything, send them this video right now. Not later. Now. The story of the Honda Nicest People campaign and what it did to a culture that had been building honestly for 40 years is the story most motorcycle documentaries skip entirely. Share it to any group where riders gather, Facebook groups, family chats, anywhere riders talk. The culture that gets forgotten is the culture that got covered up. Every share matters. The 1960s motorcycle story cannot be told without Vietnam. Not because Vietnam caused motorcycle culture, the machines and the clubs and the culture existed before the war, but because Vietnam sent a specific generation of young men through a specific set of experiences that made motorcycles, when they came home, the most natural object in the world for what they needed. Between 1964 and 1973, approximately 2.7 million Americans served in Vietnam. The peak years of deployment were the mid to late 1960s. Men who were 18 and 20 in 1965 and 1966 were in Vietnam. Men who had grown up in the early years of the motorcycle expansion, who had seen the Honda advertising and the British bikes and the beginning of the chopper scene, were now in a conflict that would mark them in ways that no previous generation of American veterans had been marked in quite the same way. The Vietnam War was not the World War II experience. The men who came home from the Pacific and from Europe in 1945 came home to parades, to the GI Bill, to a country that understood itself as having been at war and was grateful for the men who had fought it. The men who came home from Vietnam came home to something more complicated. Some came home to protests. Some came home to indifference. Almost all came home to a civilian society that had been having its own transformations during the years they were away, and that did not always know what to do with men whose experience had been so specifically different. The motorcycle gave these men several things simultaneously. It gave them a machine that demanded the same kind of attentive competence that their training had demanded, a machine that rewarded presence and punished distraction. It gave them a community organized around shared experience and mutual respect rather than around the social hierarchies of the civilian world. And it gave them movement, the specific freedom of being in motion on a road with no particular destination, which is the freedom that is hardest to name, but that veterans who have come home often describe as the thing they missed most. The Vietnam Vets MC, which would eventually become one of the most respected veteran motorcycle organizations in the country, put it in a single sentence that I have been thinking about ever since I first encountered it. They said, "We went away as patriots and returned as outlaws." The motorcycle did not cause that transformation, but it absorbed it. The machine became the place where men who felt rejected by their own country could still build something and belong to something and move through a landscape on their own terms. This is the specific emotional weight that the 1970s motorcycle culture would carry into Sturgis and onto the highways and into the clubs and into the garages, the weight of men who had been somewhere that the civilian world could not reach and who needed a machine that met them at that level. The 1960s planted the seeds. The returning veterans would bring the harvest. While the chopper scene was developing in the garages of the urban and suburban East and Midwest, California was producing an entirely different kind of motorcycle culture that the national press ignored almost completely, one that would eventually produce some of the most technically skilled riders the country had ever seen, and that would provide the foundation for Bruce Brown's On Any Sunday in 1971. The desert racing culture of the American Southwest in the 1960s was built around purpose-built competition machines. The Husqvarna, the Maiko, the Bultaco Persang, and the CZ that had come from European manufacturers who had developed off-road competition technology that American manufacturers were not building. These were not highway machines. They were not even road legal in most configurations. They were built for the specific demands of desert terrain, for the Baja 1000 that was first run in 1967, for the Greenhorn Enduro and the Elsinore Grand Prix, and the events that drew the serious off-road community of California, Nevada, and Arizona. Malcolm Smith, who would become one of the most recognizable faces in American off-road competition, was developing his skills in the California desert in the 1960s on machines that required a level of mechanical knowledge and physical capability that the highway rider rarely needed. The desert does not permit incompetence. A machine that fails 20 miles from the nearest road on a day when the temperature is 105 degrees is not an inconvenience. It is a survival situation. The Scrambler, a machine designed for mixed use, capable on road and off, with high-mounted exhaust pipes that could clear obstacles and a suspension travel generous enough to handle terrain that would destroy a standard road bike, was the 1960s version of what we now call the adventure motorcycle. The Honda CL72 Scrambler, the Triumph TR6 Trophy, the BSA Victor. These were the machines of riders who were not interested in the style statement of the chopper, but in the practical expansion of where a motorcycle could take you. Steve McQueen understood what these machines were. McQueen began racing motorcycles seriously in the early 1960s, and by the middle of the decade was competing in the International 6 Days Trial, the most demanding off-road competition in the world, as part of the United States team, he won a silver medal at the 1964 ISDT. That achievement, not the Great Escape motorcycle jump, not the bullet car chase, is the actual measure of what McQueen was on a motorcycle. He was a serious competitive rider who could represent his country in international competition. McQueen's visibility brought attention to the off-road culture in a way that the California desert racing community had not received before. Riders who had known McQueen as an actor discovered that he was also a genuine motorcycle competitor. The machines he rode, the Husqvarna and the ISDT, the Indian motorcycle and On Any Sunday, were not the Captain America chopper of the Hollywood imagination. They were functional, unromantic, purpose-built competition machines that asked their riders to be completely competent. By 1967, something was happening in American culture at large that was going to profoundly change the meaning of the motorcycle in ways that neither the working class riders, nor the British bike enthusiasts, nor the California desert racers had anticipated or would have chosen. The counterculture had been building through the early 1960s, in the coffee houses of Greenwich Village, in the college campuses where students were organizing against the Vietnam War, in the neighborhoods of San Francisco where a specific utopian urban experiment was underway. The counterculture was not primarily a motorcycle culture. It was a music culture, a political culture, a culture of specific substances and specific aesthetics and specific rejections of mainstream American values. But the motorcycle connected to the counterculture for the same reason it connected to the Vietnam veterans. It represented freedom from the institutional structures that both groups were rejecting. The motorcycle did not answer to a schedule. It did not require a specific route. It moved through space on terms that the rider set rather than terms that the infrastructure imposed. For a counterculture that was explicitly rejecting the architecture of mainstream American life, the motorcycle was a natural symbol. The problem, and I want to be precise about this because it matters for everything that followed, is that the counterculture's relationship to the motorcycle was primarily symbolic. The men who had built motorcycle culture through the 1940s and the 1950s and into the 1960s had a relationship to the machine that was mechanical, practical, competence-based. The counterculture had a relationship to the motorcycle that was primarily about what it meant to ride one, which is a fundamentally different thing. When a machine becomes a symbol before it becomes a tool, the people who adopt it for its symbolic meaning do not develop the relationship with the machine that the tool demands. They buy the statement, they wear the costume, they attend the events. And the culture that was built on the requirement of genuine knowledge begins to accommodate people who have not met and do not intend to meet that requirement. This is not a moral critique of the counterculture. It is an accurate description of what happened to motorcycle culture when the counterculture discovered it. The same process would happen again in the 1980s when the baby boomers with disposable income discovered Harley-Davidson. The same process would happen again in the 2000 Saizis when American Chopper made custom motorcycles into a television entertainment product. Every time a machine becomes a symbol to a new demographic, the culture built on knowledge of the machine has to decide what to do with people who want the symbol without earning the knowledge. In October 1968, Honda unveiled the CB750 at the Tokyo Motor Show. It arrived in American dealers in 1969 for $1,495. The CB750 had 4 cylinders. It had a disc brake on the front. It featured electric start. It produced 70 horsepower. It accelerated from 0 to 60 in under 5 seconds. It had a top speed of over 120 miles per hour. It was faster than anything Harley-Davidson was producing. It was more reliable than anything the British manufacturers were producing. It was $500 less than a comparable American or British machine, and it started every time you pressed the button. The motorcycle press called it the superbike. The designation stuck because nothing better described what it was, a machine that redefined what a production motorcycle could be. It demonstrated by its mere existence that the quality and performance standards the American and British industries had been accepting were not limitations of the technology, but limitations of ambition and investment. For the American manufacturers, the CB750 was not a competitive challenge. It was a verdict. Harley-Davidson's response was to lean harder into identity, the emotional meaning of the American machine, the tradition, the culture. The British manufacturer's response was inadequate investment in engineering and production quality until it was too late. Both strategies would eventually prove insufficient. The CB750 had demonstrated something that could not be undemonstrated, a motorcycle could be extraordinary and affordable and reliable simultaneously. Every manufacturer that did not match all three of those conditions simultaneously was now operating under a competitive disadvantage that no amount of cultural positioning could permanently overcome. For the culture at large, the CB750 arrived in the same year as Easy Rider. The two events together, the machine that proved the future belonged to engineering, and the film that made the motorcycle into the defining symbol of American freedom, completed the transformation that the decade had been building toward. Easy Rider opened in July 1969, written by Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper, directed by Hopper. Budget approximately $400,000. Box office approximately $60 million. One of the most profitable films in Hollywood history relative to its cost. The film follows two motorcycle riders, Wyatt, played by Peter Fonda, and Billy, played by Hopper, as they ride from Los Angeles to New Orleans on the proceeds of a cocaine sale. The Captain America chopper ridden by Wyatt, stars and stripes paint, long raked forks, high-rise handlebars, became the most recognized motorcycle in American history within weeks of the film's release. The film's thesis, stated in its tagline, was, "A man went looking for America and couldn't find it anywhere." The motorcycle was the vehicle of the search, not just literally as the machines the characters rode, but symbolically. The motorcycle represented the possibility of a freedom that the America the characters encountered could not accommodate. What the film did to motorcycle culture was not what the motorcycle culture would have chosen. The working class riders who had built the culture through 40 years of garages and races and clubs did not see themselves in the Captain America chopper or in Peter Fonda's sunglasses. The California desert racers who were competing in the ISDT did not see themselves there. The British bike enthusiasts who had spent years learning to tune a Bonneville carb did not see themselves there. What Easy Rider did was create a new constituency for motorcycles, the largest single constituency motorcycles had ever had, composed of people who were drawn not to the machine, but to the symbol. Young men in 1969 and 1970 who walked into motorcycle dealerships asking for something like that were not asking for a machine to maintain and understand and develop a relationship with. They were asking for the symbol, for the freedom the film had shown them, for the specific visual language of the Captain America chopper. The comment in the rise and fall of Chopper's video with 803 likes says it most directly. You never mentioned the biggest influence on the radical choppers of the 1960s and 1970s, LSD. It is an irreverent observation that contains a real insight. The extreme chopper, the machine with forks extended to the point of handling difficulty, sissy bars reaching into the sky, a visual statement that overwhelmed any practical consideration, was not the natural evolution of the motorcycle as a tool. It was the natural evolution of the motorcycle as a symbol. It was art, not engineering. Beautiful in the specific way that impractical things built with genuine skill are beautiful. And like all art made purely for visual impact, it had a natural limit. The specific irony of Easy Rider, the film that made the motorcycle into the most powerful symbol of American freedom in popular culture, is in its ending. The Captain America chopper is destroyed by men in a pickup truck who cannot tolerate the freedom it represents. The film that made millions of Americans want a motorcycle did so by showing a motorcycle being destroyed. The freedom the motorcycle symbolized was shown to be something that the America it was searching through could not protect. Easy Rider changed everything about who thought motorcycles were for them. If you know a rider who was young in 1969 and remembers what happened to the motorcycle culture they had known before that film arrived, share this video with them. And if you are a rider who got into motorcycles because of a film, a symbol, an image, share it with the person who taught you that the machine demanded more than admiration. Send it to your writing group. Post it anywhere writers talk. The history of how this culture was transformed from something built on knowledge into something built on symbol is the history that explains everything that followed. By the end of 1969, the decade's transformation was complete. 5 million registered motorcycles would arrive within 5 more years. The culture had been split between the working class knowledge culture that had built it and the symbol culture that the decade's marketing and filmmaking had created, between the CB650 that represented the engineering future and the Captain America chopper that represented the symbolic present, between the writers who had been there before the mainstream discovered it and the writers who came because the mainstream suddenly decided motorcycles were interesting. The specific forces that drove the transformation were 5 in number, and none of them were motivated by the interests of the culture they were transforming. Honda's You Meet the Nicest People campaign was motivated by Honda's interest in selling motorcycles to the American middle class. That it also stripped the working class culture of its social exclusivity was a consequence, not a goal. The counterculture's adoption of the motorcycle was motivated by the counterculture's need for symbols of freedom. That it brought to the culture a large constituency of symbol seekers rather than machine understanders was a consequence, not a goal. Easy Rider was motivated by Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper's interest in making a film. That it created the largest single cohort of new riders the culture had ever seen, most of whom wanted the symbol rather than the machine, was a consequence, not a goal. Vietnam produced the most mechanically and psychologically capable generation of riders the culture had ever absorbed. That their culture's public image would be defined by the symbol seekers rather than by them was not their choice. The CB750 was Honda's engineering response to a competitive opportunity. That it made the British manufacturer's products uncompetitive and accelerated the collapse of the industry that had produced the most sophisticated American motorcycle culture of the decade was a consequence, not a goal. No single actor in the 1960s chose to transform motorcycle culture from a knowledge culture into a symbol culture. The transformation happened through the intersection of forces that were each pursuing their own interest. The culture that resulted, the 5 million registered motorcycles, the chopper boom, the Easy Rider generation, was the outcome of those interests colliding, not the product of anyone's design. I personally think that is the most important thing to understand about the 1960s motorcycle story. What was lost in that decade was not taken by anyone with bad intentions. It was transformed by forces that had no particular interest in preserving what existed. That is usually how things that matter are lost. In 1945, at the end of World War II, there were 198,000 registered motorcycles in the United States. That is the entire country. 198,000 machines. By 1960, that number had grown to 575,000. Still modest. Still a notch. Then something happened that the motorcycle industry had never seen before and has never quite seen since. Between 1960 and 1965, 5 years, the number of registered motorcycles in America surged from 575,000 to 1,382,000. It more than doubled. By 1971, it had surpassed 3 million. And as of 1974, Americans had registered a total of 5 million motorcycles on the country's roads and highways. 5 million motorcycles in a country of 210 million people. 1 for every 42 Americans. In a decade and a half. What caused that? Several things happened at once, and understanding all of them is the only way to understand what the 1970s motorcycle culture actually was, because the culture that formed around those 5 million bikes was shaped directly by who was buying them and why. The first force was Easy Rider. The 1969 film starring Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper did something no motorcycle manufacturer's advertising campaign had ever accomplished. It made the motorcycle into a symbol of freedom that reached people who had never considered owning one. The Captain America chopper, long forks, raked frame, stars, and stripes paint became the most recognized motorcycle image in American history within weeks of the film's release. Demand for choppers specifically exploded. Custom builders who had been working out of garages for small local clienteles suddenly had national reputations and waiting lists. The second force was Honda's You Meet the Nicest People campaign, which had run through the 1960s and succeeded in stripping the outlaw stigma from motorcycles for a mainstream middle-class audience. By 1970, the cultural message had bifurcated. Riding was simultaneously outlaw freedom and wholesome transportation, and somehow both messages were pulling people in. The third force was the most important one for understanding the culture that formed. They were coming home from Vietnam. Between 1964 and 1973, approximately 2.7 million Americans served in Vietnam. They came home in waves. And unlike the World War II generation, which came home to parades and the GI Bill in a country that called them heroes, the Vietnam veterans came home to something that was, and I want to say this carefully and accurately, deeply complicated. Some came home to indifference. Some came home to outright hostility. Many came home to a country that did not know what to do with them and was not particularly interested in figuring it out. The 1973 recession hit the same year the last troops came home. Jobs were scarce. The skills they had spent years developing were not exactly in demand in a peacetime economy. And many of these men, young, disciplined, trained for high-stress environments, looking for something that made sense in a world that did not, found motorcycles. The Vietnam vet's MC would later put it in a single sentence that I think is one of the most honest descriptions of that moment in American history. They said, "We went away as patriots and returned as outlaws." The motorcycle did not cause that transformation, but it absorbed it. The machine became the place where men who felt rejected by their own country could still build something, belong to something, and move through a landscape on their own terms. To understand the 1970s motorcycle culture, you have to understand what the machines actually were. Because the relationship between rider and machine in that era was completely different from what it is today. And the difference is not about quality. The difference is about what the machine demanded of you. The dominant American motorcycle of the 1970s was the Harley-Davidson, specifically the Shovelhead V-twin that powered everything from the Sportster to the Electra Glide. The Shovelhead had been in production since 1966, and it was, by the standards of the era, a powerful and characterful engine that rewarded riders who understood it and punished those who did not. The 1970 Harley-Davidson FLH Electra Glide sold for somewhere between $2,500 and $2,900 new. The Sportster was around $2,000. A factory worker in a manufacturing job earning the median industrial wage of roughly $7,500 per year in 1970 could buy a new Sportster for about 3 months of gross income. A new Harley was genuinely attainable for a working-class rider who chose to prioritize it. Now here's the part of the Harley story in the 1970s that the official brand history tends to gloss over, and I personally think deserves to be stated clearly. In 1969, the founding family sold Harley-Davidson to American Machine and Foundry, AMF, a company whose primary expertise was bowling equipment. AMF was not wrong to see that the motorcycle market was exploding. They invested capital that Harley-Davidson needed. But what they did with the production line was, depending on who you ask, either necessary for survival or nearly fatal to the brand. AMF pushed Harley's factories to double their output. Production doubled. Quality control did not keep pace. The result was that as many as 30% of the vehicles coming off the assembly line were incomplete. Workers went on strike, a 100-day strike, unhappy with management decisions that they felt were destroying the product they built with pride. Dealers received bikes that were not fully assembled and sometimes had to complete the work themselves on the showroom floor. Riders bought new Harleys and immediately started fixing things that should not have needed fixing. The nicknames that attach themselves to AMF-era Harleys tell you everything about what riders thought. Hardly drivable, Hardly Abelson, Hogley Ferguson. Harley's market share in the super heavyweight category had been 80% in 1969. By 1979, it was 20%. The Japanese manufacturers had moved in while Harley was building bikes that leaked oil and stalled. But here's the thing about that story that gets missed every time it is told as a simple corporate failure narrative. The riders who bought those AMF Harleys and dealt with the problems, they fixed them. They learned every system. They developed deep diagnostic knowledge from necessity. They built relationships with independent mechanics who knew the shovelhead the way a surgeon knows an anatomy. And many of those riders will tell you today that owning an imperfect machine that demanded your attention was a better education in motorcycles than owning a perfect one would have been. The Japanese machines told a completely different story. In 1969, Honda released the CB750, the first true superbike, and it was faster, smoother, and more reliable than anything Harley was building. In 1972, Kawasaki released the Z1 900cc inline 4, which embarrassed the American machines in every performance metric. Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, and Kawasaki were offering better engineered, more efficient, lower cost motorcycles throughout the 1970s, and riders who did not have brand loyalty to Harley were buying them without hesitation. The result was a 1970s motorcycle landscape that was genuinely diverse in a way that American motorcycle culture has not been since. You had Harley loyalists who would ride nothing else and could fix anything on the machine by hand. You had Japanese bike riders who chose their machines for performance and reliability. you had custom builders working across both platforms. And you had somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million registered motorcycles on American roads by the middle of the decade, the highest per capita motorcycle ownership in American history. The image of the 1970s motorcycle culture that the industry would like you to have is the factory product, the showroom floor, the advertised machine. That image is almost entirely false. The culture was built in garages. It was built by men with no formal training and no backing who figured things out because figuring things out was the only option available to them. And a few of those men became so good at what they did in those garages that their work defined what American motorcycles look like for generations. Arlen Ness is the most important figure in that story, and I personally think he is one of the most underappreciated Americans in the history of manufacturing. Not motorcycle manufacturing, manufacturing. Because what Ness did was not just build beautiful motorcycles, he built an entire industry around the idea that production machines were starting points, not finished products. Ness grew up in San Lorenzo, California. He worked as a pin setter at a bowling alley and later as a postal worker and furniture mover. He played semi-professional bowling and used his tournament earnings to buy his first motorcycle in 1963, a 1947 Harley-Davidson knucklehead for $300. He took it to his home garage in San Leandro and started customizing it. He had no formal training. He had a spray gun and a vision. The first customized Ness bike won awards at motorcycle shows. Riders started asking him to work on their bikes. By the early 1970s, his business had grown enough that he moved from his home garage to a storefront on East 14th Street in San Leandro. He was now a professional builder. He created his first catalog, actually, as he described it, a list that his wife Bev typed up with handwritten prices next to each item. What Ness built in those years was not the Easy Rider chopper. He explicitly rejected that direction. The Easy Rider aesthetic was tall, high handlebars reaching for the sky, extended forks pushing the front wheel far out in front, sissy bars climbing above the rider's head. Ness went the opposite direction. He pioneered what became known as the digger style, or lowrider chopper, frames slammed to the ground, goose-necked steering heads, flat handlebars, minimal seat, angular fuel tank following the frame line. He was drawing from California's drag racing scene rather than the chopper counterculture. The result was machines that looked like they were going fast standing still. Every major custom builder after Ness was either building on what he established or consciously reacting against it. He had done, from a bowling alley paycheck and a home garage, what no corporation with a design department and an engineering team had managed to do. He created a genuinely new American aesthetic for the motorcycle. The builders who worked outside the coasts had their own sensibilities. In the Northeast, custom builders adapted the chopper form for an environment that was not the open California highway. Indian Larry, who would come to wider fame later but whose roots were in the 1970s New York scene, pioneered what you might call the urban survival chopper. Narrow enough to split gridlock traffic, low enough to navigate tight spaces, loud enough to announce its presence to drivers who were not looking. These were not show bikes, they were tools. In the Midwest, in shops scattered across manufacturing towns where skilled metal workers and machinists had the background to do precision fabrication, custom building had a different character again. More engineering, less art. Machines built to a standard of function that the California aesthetic sometimes sacrificed. The common thread across all of it was that the people building these motorcycles had skin in the game that went beyond money. They were building their identities. The machine was the statement about who you were, where you came from, what you believed, what you were willing to work for. No two bikes were the same because no two builders were the same. That diversity of expression, that organic development of a culture from the ground up, is what was lost when the industry consolidated. When the custom motorcycle became a factory offering, when you could buy a custom look from a showroom, something that had required years of skill and vision to produce became something you could have for a lease payment. The word club has accumulated so much mythology, positive and negative, that it is almost impossible to use accurately. So let me be precise about what the 1970s motorcycle club landscape actually looked like, because it was considerably more complicated than either the romanticized version or the criminal organization version that tend to dominate the storytelling. The outlaw club world was real and was not romantic. The Hells Angels had patched over the Aliens chapter in New York City in December 1969, and by the mid-1970s, the New York chapter had become one of the club's largest and most powerful in the country. What had started as post-war rebels on motorcycles had, by the 1970s, evolved into something considerably darker. Organizations involved in drug distribution, contract violence, and territorial warfare with rival clubs. The biker wars of the 1970s were not mythologized outlaw freedom. They were real conflicts over real criminal enterprise that resulted in real deaths. But the outlaw world was not the motorcycle club world. It was a fraction of it, and the fraction it represented had an outsized cultural footprint that obscured the much larger community underneath. The AMA, the American Motorcyclists Association, had hundreds of sanctioned clubs across the country. These were the clubs that organized charity rides, that showed up to support veterans events, that ran the Daytona Bike Week activities, and the Sturgis Rally festivities that were not about criminality. These clubs provided the same function for their members that the outlaw clubs provided for theirs: brotherhood, belonging, a shared identity built around a shared passion without the criminal element. Sturgis itself tells the story of how the community grew through the decade. In 1970, the rally drew 3,000 riders. 3,000. By 1975, it had expanded to a 7-day event and was drawing tens of thousands. By the end of the decade, 30,000 riders per year were making the journey to the Black Hills of South Dakota. What had been a regional racing event, organized by the Jack Pine Gypsies Motorcycle Club, was becoming a national pilgrimage, a place where riders from every region and every background showed up and recognized each other as part of the same culture. That recognition, the nod between riders on the road, the unspoken acknowledgement that you are part of something, was the social fabric of the 1970s motorcycle culture. It required nothing from you beyond showing up on a bike. No brand loyalty required, no club affiliation required, no particular level of wealth or status required. You rode. You were part of it. The Vietnam veterans who flooded into motorcycle culture after 1973 brought something specific with them that changed the community's character. They had operational discipline, the ability to execute, to plan, to look after the people next to them under pressure. Clubs built around veteran membership ran with a structure and a seriousness that purely recreational clubs sometimes lacked. The Rolling Thunder event, which would eventually become one of the largest veteran gatherings in American history, had its spiritual roots in this period. Veterans who felt invisible to the country that had sent them to war, finding visibility and voice through the culture of riding. I personally think the Vietnam veteran motorcycle community is the most important and least understood chapter of the 1970s American motorcycle history. These were men who came home carrying something they could not fully explain to anyone who had not been there. The motorcycle gave them something to do with it. The road gave them somewhere to put it. The club gave them people who did not need it explained. By the mid-1970s, the motorcycle community had 5 million registered bikes and real political weight for the first time in its history. And the political fight that erupted in this period set the template for every regulatory battle in motorcycle culture that has happened since. In 1966, Congress passed the Highway Safety Act, which included provisions that could effectively require states to mandate helmet use as a condition of receiving federal highway funding. By the early 1970s, 47 states had enacted mandatory helmet laws under this pressure. The rider response was organized and fierce. This was not a fringe campaign. This was a mainstream motorcycle community, millions of riders, not thousands, mobilizing against a law that many saw as the first major encroachment of the government into a decision that should belong to the individual rider. The argument was simple. The risk of riding without a helmet falls on the rider. No one else is endangered by my uncovered head. The government's interest in my personal safety does not override my personal liberty. The political pressure worked. In 1976, Congress removed the financial penalty on states that did not enforce helmet laws. Within 2 years, 28 states had repealed their mandatory helmet requirements. It was one of the most successful grassroots political campaigns in motorcycle history, and it was run by riders who organized through their clubs, their rallies, and their shared understanding that what happened in one state would eventually reach theirs. I am not going to tell you whether mandatory helmet laws are right or wrong. I personally wear a helmet every time I ride, and I have for years. But the political fight over helmets in the 1970s matters to this story because it demonstrated something about the motorcycle community that is often overlooked. When the community was genuinely united around a shared interest, not divided by brand loyalty, not fragmented by marketing positioning, not sorted into demographic categories by the industry, it was capable of winning. The oil crisis of 1973 added another dimension to the motorcycle's cultural and practical position in America. When OPEC cut oil production and gas lines formed at stations across the country, suddenly the motorcycle's fuel efficiency became a serious practical consideration for people who had previously thought of it purely as a lifestyle choice. A Honda CB750 that could travel 50 miles on a gallon of gas was not just a freedom machine, it was a sensible response to a crisis that nobody had seen coming. Motorcycle registrations, which had already been climbing through the late 1960s and early 1970s, got another push from the oil crisis. People who had not previously thought about riding started thinking about it. The 5 million registration number by 1974 reflects both the cultural momentum from Easy Rider and the practical calculation of fuel costs that the oil crisis introduced. By the late 1970s, something was changing. It did not announce itself. There was no single moment. But the culture that had built itself from the ground up over the course of a decade was beginning to calcify in ways that would eventually hollow it out. The Japanese manufacturers had created something the custom builders had not fully anticipated, the universal Japanese motorcycle. Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki, and Suzuki were producing reliable, affordable, comfortable machines that required almost no maintenance knowledge from their riders. The CB750, the Z1, the GS750, these were not demanding machines. They did not need to be understood. They needed to be ridden. And that was genuinely appealing to a rider who wanted transportation rather than a project. The problem was not that those machines existed. The problem was what their dominance began to do to the relationship between rider and machine across the whole culture. When the average rider no longer needed to understand how the engine worked to keep it running, the average rider stopped learning. The deep mechanical knowledge that had characterized the working-class motorcycle community, the ability to diagnose by sound, to fabricate a part when the OEM part was unavailable, to solve a problem on the side of the road with what you had in your pocket, began to erode. Harley-Davidson's response to Japanese competition through the late 1970s was to lean harder into identity rather than engineering. You were not buying a Harley for its performance numbers, you were buying it for what it meant. That repositioning would eventually save the company after the 1981 management buyout from AMF and the extraordinary turnaround that followed, but it also completed the transformation of the Harley from working-class machine to something else. Something that cost more, required less mechanical engagement from its rider, and carried an increasingly expensive set of cultural associations that made it aspirational rather than accessible. A new 1976 Electra Glide was $3,375. Adjusted for real wage growth, that bike was still attainable for a working man who prioritized it. But the trajectory of Harley pricing from that point forward would take the flagship of American motorcycle manufacturing further and further from the working-class rider who had been its natural constituency. The chopper era burned itself out around this time as well. The extreme machines that had defined the visual language of early 1970s motorcycle culture. Forks stretched to impossible lengths. Frames raked at angles that made handling genuinely difficult. Sissy bars reaching skyward had pushed the form as far as it could reasonably go. Riders who had been building for expression were ready for machines that were also actually practical. Disc brakes, electric starters, suspension that worked. The visual extremism of the early chopper era gave way to machines that were still custom, still individual, but were also rideable on a long highway day without your wrists aching. The custom builders who survived that transition were the ones who understood that the style had to serve the rider, not just make a statement. Arlen Ness understood this. His digger style had never sacrificed rideability for visual drama the way the extreme choppers had. The builders who had built purely for shock value found that shock value has a short shelf life. By 1980, when 40,000 riders arrived in Sturgis, a number that would have been unimaginable at the start of the decade, the rally was beginning to look less like a gathering of riders and more like an event. The vendors were multiplying. The entertainment was becoming a reason to attend in itself. The motorcycle was still there, still the central object, but it was sharing the stage with things that had nothing to do with riding. That is not a complaint. Growth is growth. But something in the texture of the community changed when it became large enough to be a market rather than just a culture. When the brands recognized that riders were a demographic with money to spend, the riders stopped being the people who built the culture and started being the people the culture was being built for. On February 26, 1981, 13 Harley-Davidson executives stood in a room in Milwaukee and signed papers that represented the most important bet in American manufacturing history. They had just borrowed $80 million to buy their own company back from AMF, the bowling equipment conglomerate that had owned Harley-Davidson since 1969 and had nearly destroyed it. The man leading the buyout was Von Beals. The 13 men who signed included Willie G. Davidson, Harley's design chief and the grandson of the company's founder. They believed they could save the brand that had defined American motorcycle culture for 78 years. By the end of 1982, they were 6 weeks from bankruptcy. The Evolution engine, the Evo, had not yet arrived. The Shovelhead was still the machine, and the Shovelhead, after years of AMF production pressure, had a reputation that no amount of heritage marketing could fully overcome. A new Harley in 1982 had a documented reliability problem. It leaked oil. It needed attention. The Japanese manufacturers were producing machines that started every morning and required nothing beyond scheduled maintenance. Harley's market share in the super heavyweight category had fallen from 80% in 1969 to something closer to 15% by the early 1980s. At the exact moment Harley was fighting for its life, Kawasaki was building a motorcycle that would change everything again. The GPZ 900R, the first machine they would call the Ninja, had 16 valves, liquid cooling, an aerodynamic fairing, and a top speed of 115 miles per hour. A machine so far beyond anything that had preceded it in the sport category that its arrival in 1984 is the moment that separates the motorcycle world that existed from the motorcycle world that followed. The 1980s is the decade those two stories ran in parallel, the death and resurrection of the American iron tradition on one track, and the birth of the Japanese sport bike revolution on the other. They ran within miles of each other on American roads, served completely different riders for completely different reasons, and they have never fully shared the same cultural conversation since. This is the decade that split American motorcycle culture in two. The Harley-Davidson Evo engine, the Kawasaki Ninja, the sport bike revolution, the HOG Club that saved an American company, and the specific cost of everything that was done to survive. To understand what the 1980s Harley-Davidson resurrection actually was, you have to understand the full depth of the hole it was being dug out of. The AMF story is often told as simply a quality problem, and it was more than that. American Machine and Foundry purchased Harley-Davidson in 1969 for $21 million. AMF was not a motorcycle company. It was a conglomerate with product lines that included bowling equipment, golf equipment, industrial machinery, and recreational products. The acquisition made financial sense. The motorcycle market was exploding in the late 1960s, and Harley was the dominant American brand. AMF had capital and production expertise. Harley had brand equity and a manufacturing base. What AMF did with that combination was push production hard. The motorcycle market was growing, and they wanted to capture the growth. Before the AMF acquisition, Harley was producing approximately 16,000 motorcycles per year from its Milwaukee and York, Pennsylvania facilities. AMF pushed that number towards 75,000. Production nearly quadrupled in a period of a few years. The workforce could not maintain quality at that rate with the equipment and processes they had. Reports varied, but documentation from the period suggested that as many as a third of motorcycles leaving the factory had significant quality issues requiring dealer attention before delivery. Workers who had taken pride in building a machine to a standard found themselves on a line that prioritized speed over quality. The result was a 100-day strike in 1974. Workers who understood that the product they were being asked to build was not the product that Harley-Davidson's reputation had been built on, walked out. The nicknames that riders gave AMF Harleys, like Hardly Drivable, Hogley Ferguson, and Hardly Abelson, were not affectionate. They were accurate descriptions from riders who had bought machines expecting the Harley reputation and received something that fell short. Harley's market share in the super heavyweight category collapsed not because the Japanese were better marketers, but because the Japanese were building better motorcycles. When 13 executives borrowed $80 million in February 1981 to buy the company back, they were not just buying a manufacturer, they were buying a broken production system, a damaged reputation, a demoralized workforce, and a brand whose name still meant something in the culture, but whose machines were being beaten in every measurable performance and reliability category by competitors who had been studying the American market for a decade. The specific thing those 13 men understood, that AMF had not, was this. Harley-Davidson was not a motorcycle company that had a brand. It was a culture that had a motorcycle company inside it. The machines could be made better. That was an engineering problem, solvable with investment and discipline. The culture was not replaceable at any price. And the culture was still alive in the garages of the riders who had stayed loyal through the AMF years, not because the machines were good, but because the identity was something they were not willing to surrender to a bowling equipment company. The Evolution engine arrived in 1984. The name was deliberate. Not a revolution, an evolution. The marketing emphasized continuity with the machines that had come before. The engineering told a more accurate story. The Evolution was an air-cooled V-twin displacing 80 cubic inches. In those dimensions, it resembled the Shovelhead it replaced, but the resemblance was cosmetic. The Evo used aluminum alloy cylinders and heads rather than the iron of the Shovelhead. The tolerances were tighter, the hydraulic valve adjusters were redesigned. The oil system was thoroughly reworked to address the chronic leaking that had made AMF-era Harleys notorious. The compression ratio was higher, producing more power from the same displacement. The result was a Harley-Davidson that started reliably, ran consistently, required dramatically less unscheduled maintenance, and could realistically be ridden across the country without the mechanical anxiety that riding a Shovelhead had required. The comment left on the Evolution Buyer's Guide video, published 3 years ago and still actively receiving riders who want to document their machines, says everything your audience needs to hear about what the Evo meant. I bought 2 new Harleys in the early 1980s to help Harley stay afloat. That comment is from a rider who had the loyalty before the product justified it. The Evo was the product that finally justified the loyalty. The Evo's reliability was not just a quality improvement, it was a cultural restoration. The working-class rider who had built Harley's culture for 60 years had stayed through the MF disaster because the identity was real, even when the machines were not fully reliable. When the Evo arrived, the machines finally matched the identity. The riders who had been loyal through the bad years were rewarded not with a new brand, but with a machine that was finally worth the loyalty they had maintained. The 1984 Softail, introduced alongside the Evo engine, was the visual statement that completed the restoration. Willie G. Davidson had designed a frame that hid the rear suspension unit under the transmission, creating the visual lines of the hardtail frames of the 1950s and the 1960s, while providing the ride quality that modern suspension delivered. The Softail looked like the past and rode like the present. It told the story the Harley-Davidson brand needed to tell. We know where we came from, we have not forgotten, and we are still here. I personally think the Softail was the most important single piece of motorcycle design of the 1980s. Not the fastest, not the most technologically advanced. The most important because it demonstrated that a manufacturer could draw a direct line from the culture's origin to the present without pretending the origin did not exist. In early 1982, Von Beals flew to Washington and asked the Reagan administration for a tariff on Japanese heavyweight motorcycles. The request was extraordinary for several reasons. Ronald Reagan was the most ideologically committed free market president in modern American history. His administration had been built on the principle that government intervention in markets produced worse outcomes than market competition. The idea of a tariff, a protectionist measure that taxed foreign goods to give domestic manufacturers a competitive advantage, was precisely the kind of government intervention that Reagan's economic philosophy rejected. Beals made the argument not as a request for protection, but as a request for time. Harley-Davidson did not need to be protected from Japanese competition forever. It needed 5 years to implement the quality improvements, the production changes, and the product development that would make it genuinely competitive. The tariff, which applied to Japanese motorcycles over 700 cubic centimeters, would give Harley the breathing room to complete the work without being buried by competitors who had the capital and production capacity to undercut on price while Harley was rebuilding. Reagan granted the tariff. A 45% duty on Japanese motorcycles over 700 cubic centimeters was imposed in 1983. The duty was scheduled to decrease annually and expire in 1988. The tariff worked. Japanese manufacturers responded partly by building manufacturing facilities in the United States and partly by engineering around the 700 cubic centimeter threshold, which produced some extraordinary machines, but that is a story for later. Harley used the breathing room to complete the Evo engine development, to implement the quality improvements that made the machines reliable, and to begin the brand repositioning that would eventually make the motorcycle the most recognizable American vehicle in the world. In 1987, a year before the tariff was scheduled to expire, Harley-Davidson asked the Reagan administration to lift it early. They no longer needed the protection. They were competitive. That is one of the most remarkable pieces of American industrial history of the 20th century. A company that had been 6 weeks from bankruptcy in 1982 asked for a protection measure, used it to rebuild, and voluntarily surrendered it before it expired because they no longer needed it. The tariff was not a crutch, it was a time machine that gave a dying American manufacturer the specific number of years it needed to become viable again. If you know someone who bought a Harley in the early 1980s when the machines were still fighting for their reputation, send them this video right now. The story of Von Beals flying to Washington, Reagan granting the tariff, and Harley voluntarily lifting it 5 years later because they no longer needed it is the most underdocumented piece of American manufacturing history in the last 50 years. Share this with your riding group, your family, anyone who has ever wondered how Harley-Davidson survived. This is the answer. The Harley Owners Group was founded in 1983. There were 33 original members. By 1985, it had 60,000 members. By 1990, it had 200,000 members. By 2000, it had 1 million members. The Hog was one of the most effective pieces of brand marketing in American corporate history. It was not a marketing program disguised as a community, or rather, it was exactly that. But the community it created was genuinely experienced as community by the people in it. The Hog organized rides. It connected riders across chapters. It provided the social infrastructure around the brand that the working class culture had previously provided organically. The specific demographic that the Harley Owners Group captured in the 1980s was the baby boomer generation reaching its peak earning years. Men who had been teenagers or young adults when Easy Rider was released in 1969 were now in their late 30s and 40s. They had money. They had the specific desire that a generation always has at that age to reconnect with the freedom and possibility they associated with their younger years. The Harley had become the symbol of American freedom for that generation, and it was exactly the object that served that reconnection. The Harley Owners Group boomer was not the working class rider who had built Harley's culture. He was the rider buying into a culture that working class men had built and that had been transformed into a premium, aspirational product during the AMF era. His machine was more reliable than AMF era bikes. It was also more expensive. Prices that had been climbing through the 1970s continued climbing through the 1980s. A new 1985 Electra Glide cost approximately $7,500, 3 times what a comparable machine had cost in 1970 in nominal dollars, and significantly more than that in real wage terms. The donut video that covers the Kawasaki Ninja story, 2.3 million views, and the highest performing 1980s motorcycle content on YouTube, contains a line that its comment section called the most honest thing ever said about this period. The line said that all those rebels without a car who made Harleys cool had gotten older and had started ruining the world. That is, entertainment writing with specific historical accuracy. The men who had made the Harley culturally powerful were the working class riders of the 1950s, the 1960s, and the 1970s. The men who were buying Harleys in the 1980s and the 1990s were largely their economic superiors, professionals not tradesmen, aspirational consumers, not working transportation riders. The Harley was not ruined by this transition. The company was saved by it. But the culture that had existed before the transition was transformed in ways that working class riders who had built it would have recognized as a trade they had not chosen to make. In January 1984, Kawasaki unveiled the GPZ 900R at the Cologne Motorcycle Show. They called it the Ninja. The machine had liquid cooling, the first Japanese sport bike to use it, because air cooling could not dissipate the heat generated by the engine Kawasaki had built. 16 valves in a 4-cylinder inline configuration, 95 horsepower at 9,500 revolutions per minute, a quarter-mile time of 11.6 seconds, a top speed of 149 miles per hour. The Kawasaki comment section captures what this machine meant to the riders who encountered it. Hondas are smooth, Suzukis are quick, Yamahas are fast, and Kawasaki's actively want you dead. That observation with 2,300 likes is not entirely ironic. The GPZ 900R was not a machine that forgave the rider who was not paying full attention. It was a machine that rewarded genuine skill and punished inadequate respect. The specific cultural significance of the Ninja for 1984 is the specific gap it created. Before the Ninja, the question of which motorcycle was fastest was a question with no clear answer. The answer depended on conditions, on rider weight, on specific configuration. After the Ninja, the answer was precise and documented. The Ninja was the fastest production motorcycle in the world. Not by a small margin, by a margin that the existing performance hierarchy had no response to. For riders under 35 in 1984, the Ninja was not a Harley alternative. It was a completely different proposition. It did not ask you to buy into a cultural identity. It asked you to demonstrate whether you could ride it. The machine was the credential. The community that formed around it was the community of people who could handle what it demanded. Top Gun arrived in 1986 with Tom Cruise on a GPZ 900R. The film is not a serious document of anything. But its cultural impact on the Ninja's visibility was significant. A generation of young American men watched the most celebrated action hero in popular cinema ride a specific motorcycle and understood that specific motorcycle as the thing that cool, skilled, physically capable men rode in 1986. The Ninja's American sales that year reflected the film's influence. The 1984 Buyer's Guide comment section gives you the Harley perspective on this period. Carbed Evo is HD's last good engine. HD Inc. chose to abandon it by obsoleting everything we need. RIP HD Inc. from 1903 to 1999. Evo's forever. The man who wrote that is not wrong about what the Evo represented. He is also not the same person as the man who bought a Ninja in 1984. These are two completely different riders with two completely different relationships to the machine, and the 1980s is the decade where the distance between them became permanent. The Kawasaki Ninja was not the end of the story, it was the opening move. Honda responded in 1984 with the VF750F Interceptor, and then in 1986 with the VFR 750F, a machine that refined the sport bike formula with Honda's characteristically engineering-obsessed approach. The VFR added gear-driven cams that produced a specific mechanical sound unlike any other motorcycle engine, a high-frequency whine that became the signature of the machine and that riders who owned them still describe with specific nostalgia. The VFR was not the fastest machine of its era, it was the best sorted. The machine could be ridden quickly every day without demanding the rider's complete attention for survival. Suzuki produced the GSX R750 in 1985, a machine built around the specific philosophy of removing everything that was not necessary for speed. The GSX-R was lighter than the GP's 900R despite comparable power. It had a monoshock rear suspension that Suzuki had developed from their endurance racing program. It had fully floating brake discs that had been proven in competition. It looked like a race bike because it was built from race bike engineering applied to a production machine. The 1980s sport bike competition between Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha was the most concentrated period of genuine motorcycle engineering advancement in American history. Each new machine was faster, lighter, better braked, and better suspended than its predecessor. Each raised the performance floor for the category, and the riders who bought these machines were participating in an escalation whose endpoint nobody was managing. The performance gap between what the machines could do and what the average young American rider had the skill to manage was growing with each generation. The Ninja could reach 149 miles per hour. The rider who bought a Ninja at 22 years old and had been riding for 2 years was not capable of using 149 miles per hour safely. The machine's capability was not the rider's capability. And that gap, which would widen through the 1990s as the machines became even more capable, was not a problem the manufacturers were motivated to solve. More capability sold machines. The consequences of selling machines to riders who could not handle their capability were consequences that the riders and their families bore, not the manufacturers. By the mid-1980s, two completely distinct motorcycle cultures were operating simultaneously on American roads. The Harley culture, rebuilt around the Evo engine, and the Hog, with its rally events, its organized rides, and a specific aesthetic of chrome and leather, and the big twin V-twin sound, was attracting the baby boomer demographic that was now the dominant consumer force in the American economy. These riders were in their late 30s and 40s. They were buying Harleys as a statement about identity, heritage, and the freedom they associated with a youth they were reconnecting with through a premium consumer product. The sport bike culture, GPZ 900R, VFR 750, GSXR, with its aerodynamic fairings and racing-derived performance and a completely different aesthetic of speed rather than tradition, was attracting younger riders. They were men in their 20s who were not interested in heritage, who were not buying an identity, who were buying the fastest thing available, and trying to figure out whether they could handle it. These two cultures shared American roads, but they did not share a conversation. The Harley rider and the sport bike rider in 1986 had essentially nothing in common beyond being on two wheels. Their machines were built for different purposes, maintained through different practices, ridden in different styles, and valued for different reasons. The two-lane road in 1986 might have a Harley Road King on one side and a Kawasaki Ninja on the other. Both riders waved at each other. They did not understand each other. That moment, that specific mutual incomprehension on the American highway, is where the split in motorcycle culture that would define everything afterward became permanent. Not hostile, not overtly adversarial. Simply separate. Two cultures that had emerged from the same machine had arrived at completely different places and were now moving in completely different directions. The working class knowledge culture that had built American motorcycling through the 1940s, the 1950s, the 1960s, and the 1970s was being squeezed from both sides. The Harley culture was pricing out the working class rider. The sport bike culture was technically accessible but demanded a kind of performance competence that the old wrench culture approach to motorcycle knowledge did not prepare you for. The story of these two cultures running parallel through the 1980s and never quite finding a common language. That is the story every motorcycle rider in America has felt, but nobody has told clearly. If you know someone who rode in the 1980s, whether they were a Harley rider or a sport bike rider, or someone who remembers both cultures from opposite sides, share this video with them. Post it anywhere riders talk about what motorcycles were and what they became. This is the history that explains the split every rider still feels when they pull up next to a machine completely unlike their own. By 1989, Harley-Davidson had completed one of the most remarkable corporate turnarounds in American history. Market share in the super heavyweight category had recovered significantly. The waiting list for new Harleys, a phenomenon that would have been unimaginable in 1981, existed and was growing. The Hog had become the most successful owner community in motorcycle history. The tariff had been lifted early. The Evo was being praised by riders and mechanics for the reliability that the Shovelhead had never consistently achieved. What had been traded to get there was the working class accessibility that had defined Harley's relationship with its core riders for 60 years. A new 1989 Harley-Davidson Softail Custom cost approximately $9,000. The median American family income in 1989 was approximately $34,000. The motorcycle that had cost a factory worker 3 months of gross income in 1972 now cost a factory worker nearly 3 months of gross income, in nominal terms similar. But the product had been repositioned. The buyer was no longer expected to be a factory worker. The buyer was expected to be a professional, the aspirational consumer, the man who wanted the symbol of working class freedom without the working class income that had originally produced it. The sport bike side of the decade ended with machines that were genuinely dangerous in the specific way that high-performance machinery is dangerous when it exceeds the competence of the average rider. The GSX R1100 arrived in 1986. The Kawasaki ZX-10 arrived in 1988. The Honda CBR 1000F arrived in 1987. Each of these machines had power outputs and top speeds that the manufacturers were starting to acknowledge, at least internally, exceeded what most riders needed or could safely use. The performance war continued anyway, because performance sold machines, and the machines that performance sold were generating revenues that no manufacturer was willing to sacrifice to a safety argument. The 1980s ended with American motorcycle culture split in a way it had never been split before. Not between outlaws and straights, as in the 1950s, not between working class riders and the counterculture, as in the 1960s, between two completely distinct communities that had each developed internally coherent cultures and aesthetics and values, and that had almost no common vocabulary with each other. Both communities were real. Both produced genuine riders. Both had their own versions of the knowledge culture. The Harley mechanic who understood every aspect of the evolution engine was as competent in his domain as the sport bike rider who could carry corner speed through a canyon road at the limit of the machine's capability. But the culture that had unified all of American motorcycle riding, the working class culture of the machine as a practical and honest tool, understandable by anyone willing to pay attention, was no longer the center of what American motorcycling was. It had become one option among several. In 1992, two things happened in American motorcycle culture that had nothing to do with each other and everything to do with each other. In Long Beach, California, a former bodyguard named Jesse James, who had spent the late 1980s protecting Soundgarden and Slayer on tour, founded West Coast Choppers in his mother's garage. No loans, no partners, hand tools, a welder, and the specific conviction that a motorcycle could be built to a standard the factory would never match. He built a machine at night and sold fenders during the day for $750 a week to pay the bills. The first WCC chopper was not a product, it was a statement of principle. That same year, Honda released the CBR 900RR Fireblade in America. Designed by Tadao Baba, who had spent years arguing inside Honda's engineering culture for a machine that achieved superbike power in a 600cc class chassis, 893cc, 122 horsepower, a weight of 185 kilograms, lighter than the Honda CBR 600 of the era it competed against. The Fireblade did not announce itself with advertising or celebrity clients. It announced itself by doing something no production motorcycle had done before. It made the performance of a factory race bike available to anyone who could afford it and survive it. Jesse James in his mother's garage, Tadao Baba's Fireblade at your local Honda dealer. Those two things running simultaneously in 1992 are the entire 1990s motorcycle story. The culture that had split in the 1980s between the Harley identity world and the sport bike performance world did not reconcile in the 1990s. It separated further. It developed different languages, different heroes, different values, different relationships to the machine. And by the end of the decade, when Harley's Hog membership had crossed 1 million and the Yamaha R1 had redefined what a production sport bike could be, the two cultures occupied the same roads and shared almost no common vocabulary. I'm Jimmy. This is the decade the split became permanent. The Honda CBR 900RR Fireblade, the Yamaha YZF R1, the Kawasaki ZX9R, Jesse James and West Coast Choppers, the Harley Fatboy and Terminator 2, Hog membership at 1 million, motorcycle fatalities climbing, and the specific moment when American motorcycle culture stopped being one thing and became two things that have not found their way back to each other since. The 1990s Harley-Davidson story begins in 1990 with the introduction of the FLSTF Fatboy, a machine whose design pulled from the visual language of the 1940s and 1950s more deliberately than anything Harley had produced in decades. Solid disc wheels, a wide glide front end, a fat, low profile that communicated mass and deliberateness rather than the lean aggression of a sport machine. The Fatboy was not subtle. It was designed to be looked at. On July 3, 1991, Terminator 2, Judgment Day, opened in American cinemas. Arnold Schwarzenegger, the most physically imposing screen presence in Hollywood, rode a Harley-Davidson Fatboy through the film's most iconic chase sequence. The motorcycle did not play a supporting role, it played a lead. The image of Schwarzenegger on the Fatboy, shotgun in one hand, navigating the Los Angeles drainage canal at speed while a 10-ton truck pursued him, was the motorcycle image that entered the American popular imagination in 1991 and stayed there. Sales of the Fat Boy after Terminator 2 were not coincidental. The Harley-Davidson of 1990 was not the Harley-Davidson of 1981. The buyout decade had produced the Evolution engine, the soft-tail frame, the hog, and a brand repositioning that had transformed the motorcycle from a working-class transportation tool into the most powerful status object in the American premium consumer market. A new Fat Boy in 1990 cost $10,000. That price point did not exclude the working-class rider, but it included, deliberately, the professional class rider who was now the primary growth demographic. The baby boomers were in their 40s, the generation that had grown up with Easy Rider, that had watched the chopper era, that had not themselves necessarily ridden, but had understood motorcycles as the symbols of freedom that their generation valued. These men now had the disposable income to buy the symbol. And the Harley-Davidson Fat Boy after Terminator 2 was the most recognizable motorcycle symbol in the history of American popular culture. The Hog, the Harley Owners Group, founded in 1983 with 33 members, had grown through the mid-80s and continued through the 90s in a way that no one had projected. The specific number that matters, Hog had 200,000 members in 1990. It had 1 million members by 2000. The largest single brand owner organization in the history of the motorcycle industry grew 5 times over in a single decade. That growth was not organic in the way that working class motorcycle culture had grown organically. Through need, through mechanical interest, through the specific attraction of people who genuinely wanted to ride. It was marketing-driven growth, aspirational consumer growth, the growth of a lifestyle brand that happened to have a machine at its center. I personally think the distinction between organic cultural growth and marketing-driven aspirational growth matters enormously for understanding what happened to motorcycle culture in the 1990s. The riders who came to Harley through the Hog in the 1990s were not bad riders or illegitimate riders. They were people who genuinely valued what the machine represented, but they valued representation. They valued the symbol, and a culture that grows primarily through the attraction of symbol seekers rather than machine understanders changes in ways that the people who built it on mechanical competence can feel even when they cannot fully name. Tadao Baba spent years inside Honda's engineering organization arguing for a machine that should not have been possible. The motorcycle world of the late 1980s operated on an established understanding. A superbike, a machine producing superbike power, was large and heavy. The power required a large engine. The large engine required a large chassis. The large chassis required a heavy structure. These were not arbitrary limitations. They were engineering realities that everyone building sport bikes accepted as constraints. Baba did not accept them. His specific argument was this: the limiting factor in a street-ridden sport bike is not power output. It is total system weight. A motorcycle that weighs less can accelerate faster with the same power, stop shorter with the same brakes, and change direction more quickly with the same suspension. If you could achieve superbike power in a machine that weighed what a middleweight weighed, you would have something that could outperform a superbike in every real-world condition. The CBR 900RR that arrived in 1992 was the proof of that argument. 893 cubic centimeters, not the full liter that convention expected. 122 horsepower, and a curb weight that undercut every machine in its performance class by a significant margin. The Fireblade was smaller than its competitors, more compact. When riders first encountered it at dealers, the consistent response was, it looks smaller than it should be. The wheelbase was shorter than a CBR 600. The machine that was competing with leader bikes could be mistaken, standing still, for something with considerably less displacement. On the road, the Fireblade was not forgiving. The compact chassis, the short wheelbase, the responsive steering geometry, these characteristics produced a machine that required genuine skill to use at its limits. The comment from the Late Break Show's Fireblade video, 332,000 views, says what riders who owned early blades consistently say: I remember when the Fireblade came out, it was such a radical game changer at the time. Another rider, the old Blade is one of the absolute best looking street bikes ever made. The colors, the holes in the fairing, the dual headlight, gorgeous. A third, my 1998 Fireblade still delivers in spades on real roads. These are not nostalgic generalities, they are specific technical appreciations from riders who understand what made the machine exceptional. The Fireblade's genius was not that it was fast. Many machines were fast. Its genius was that it was fast and light and handled, that it achieved the combination of qualities that serious riders actually needed on real roads. The gap between what the Fireblade could do and what the average buyer could safely access was, however, real and growing. A machine producing 122 horsepower in a chassis weighing 185 kilograms does not manage the mistakes of an inexperienced rider. It amplifies them. The rider who bought a Fireblade in 1992 at 22 years old, with 2 years of riding experience behind him, was not insufficiently talented. He was insufficiently experienced for what the machine demanded. By the mid-1990s, motorcycle fatality data was telling a story that the manufacturers and the industry press were not telling. Motorcycle deaths in the United States had declined through the mid-1980s, partly because of the safety culture that the MSF had been building since its founding in 1973, and partly because the machines of that era, while fast by the standards of their time, were not as exponentially capable as what was coming. Through the 1990s, the fatality data began showing specific patterns. The sport bike category, the machines in the CBR900RR class, and the ZX9R class, and the GSXR 1100R class was producing a disproportionate share of fatal accidents relative to the number of machines in service. Younger riders. Shorter riding histories. Machines with power-to-weight ratios that exceeded the competence of the average new rider. The specific dynamic was not complicated. A new rider at 22 could walk into a dealership, put down a deposit on a CBR 900RR, and ride away on a machine producing 122 horsepower. Nothing in the purchase process asked him to demonstrate the competence that machine required. Nothing in the dealer's interest was served by suggesting that a different machine might be more appropriate. The MSF Basic Rider Course, an excellent program that taught fundamental motorcycle operation, could be completed in a weekend. The skills it certified were the skills needed to operate a motorcycle safely at legal speeds on empty roads. They were not the skills needed to use 122 horsepower safely in traffic. I personally think this is the most important and least discussed fact about the 1990s motorcycle culture. The performance gap, the space between what the machines could produce and what the average rider who purchased them could safely use, was widening with every model year. And the manufacturers were not slowing the escalation because escalation sold machines. The fatality data did not cause the manufacturers to limit performance. It caused insurers to limit coverage. Young male riders on high-displacement sport bikes faced insurance premiums that reflected the actuarial reality, even when the cultural conversation around the machines refused to. If you know someone who rode in the 1990s, whether on a sport bike or a Harley, whether they are still riding or whether they lost someone to the performance gap that nobody was talking about, honestly, share this video with them. The story of what was actually happening in 1990s motorcycle culture behind the Terminator, Too Fat Boy, and the Fireblade brochure has never been told this directly. Share it with your riding group, your family and friends, anyone who wants to understand where the culture they love actually came from. Every share puts this history in front of someone who needs it. If the Fireblade was the opening argument of the 1990 SE Sport bike era, the Yamaha YZF R1 of 1998 was its conclusion. The ZX9R arrived from Kawasaki in 1994 as their response to the Fireblade, a machine that matched the Honda in the compact chassis with high power formula while adding Kawasaki's specific character. The machines were competing not just for sales, but for the specific honor of being the fastest production motorcycle in the world. That honor moved with each model year update. Suzuki's GSXR evolved. Honda updated the Fireblade. Kawasaki updated the Ninja line. The competitive iteration compressed the development cycle in ways that peacetime engineering normally does not experience. In 1998, Yamaha produced a machine that the motorcycle press described in terms that sounded like hyperbole until you read the specification sheet. The YZF R1 produced 150 horsepower from a 998cc inline 4 engine. It weighed 177 kilograms, lighter than the Fireblade it was competing with. The power-to-weight ratio was closer to a racing machine than anything that had previously been sold through a street motorcycle dealer. The R1 did to the late 1990s sport bike world what the Ninja had done to the early 1980s sport bike world. It created a before and an after. The machines that preceded it were suddenly measurably slower. The manufacturers who had spent the decade incrementally improving their products were now facing a step-change competitor that reset the performance floor. The comment on the Suzuki GSX-R history video, 1.36 million views, 811 comments, captures what riders who lived through this period felt. The Japanese build the best motorcycles on the planet, 40 years ago and still today. Those of us that love and have had the honor to experience riding on such affordable, well-made motorcycles owe the Japanese a huge thank you. Another rider, I started on a 1988 GSX R750. Mine was a year old, and I was 20. I'll never forget it. Best time of my life. That last comment contains the entire 1990s sport bike experience in 2 sentences. Started young, on a machine a year older than the current model, making it slightly more accessible. Never forgot it. The best time of his life. That description. Young, capable machine. Formative experience was not confined to one rider. It describes a generation. What the comment does not say, because the comment is about gratitude and memory, not about the people who did not make it, is what the fatality statistics document. The generation that had the best time of their lives on 1990s sport bikes was also the generation that lost more of its members per mile ridden than any previous generation in motorcycle history. Both things are true. The machines were extraordinary. The gap between what they could do and what their average rider could safely use was real and had real consequences. The 1990s was the decade that produced both of those truths simultaneously and never resolved the tension between them. While the Japanese manufacturers were waging the performance war, Jesse James was doing something in Long Beach that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with what performance had abandoned. West Coast Choppers, founded in 1992 in his mother's garage, initially selling t-shirts and stickers to fund the machine building perhaps 12 to 15 choppers per year at prices that started at $50,000, was the opposite of what the sport bike world represented. Where the sport bikes were about measurable, documented, track-tested performance, the WCC chopper was about something that no dynamometer could measure. It was about the relationship between the builder and the machine, made visible in the specific choices of every fabricated component. Jesse James learned fabrication from Boyd Coddington, the legendary hot rod builder who had himself built a culture around the idea that a machine could be entirely handmade, that every component could be the product of specific human skill rather than factory production. From Coddington, James took the fundamental principle. The maker understands the object completely because the maker produced every part of it. There is no black box. There is no component whose function is unknown. The machine is an extension of the builder's knowledge. The WCC chopper of the early 1990s was not a Harley-Davidson product with aftermarket parts. It was a machine built from the ground up, using a Harley's mechanical components as raw material and the builder's vision as the actual determinant of what the final object was. Extended front forks, hand-fabricated tanks, rigid frames. The aesthetic was deliberately stripped, deliberately aggressive, deliberately opposite to the chrome and leather comfort orientation of the HOG Boomer Harley. Jesse James in his mother's garage in 1992 was doing what Arlen Ness had done in his San Leandro garage in 1963. Taking the available materials, applying the available skill, building something that had not existed before. The difference was the decade. Ness had built in a decade when the working class motorcycle culture was still the dominant frame. James was building in a decade when the HOG had 500,000 members and growing, when the Harley had become a premium aspirational product, when the working class origin of the custom culture was being rapidly gentrified into a lifestyle category. The specific irony, which would become clear in the 2000s sissy when West Coast choppers became a television phenomenon, is that Jesse James's garage work, done in opposition to the commercialization of motorcycle culture, would itself become the seed of the most commercially successful custom motorcycle operation of the early 21st century. The opposition to the brand became the brand. The culture that rejected the lifestyle category became the most visible lifestyle category available. That irony was still invisible in 1992. The machine in the garage was just the machine in the garage. Sturgis in the 1990s was the barometer of everything that was happening to American motorcycle culture simultaneously. In 1990, approximately 100,000 riders came to Sturgis. By 1995, attendance had grown significantly. By 1999, the end of the decade, attendance was routinely approaching 500,000 in peak years, making it the largest annual motorcycle gathering on Earth by a margin that no other event came close to matching. Those attendance numbers contained both of the 1990s stories in one place. The Harley boomer riding in on a fat boy with his hog patch. The sport bike rider who had driven the canyon roads of South Dakota at speeds that the South Dakota Highway Patrol noted with professional concern. The independent custom builders who'd been coming since the decade when 3,000 riders attended and camped in the city park. The Vietnam veterans who had been coming since before the hog existed, who remembered what it had been and watched what it was becoming. Sturgis in the 1990s was not hostile to any of these communities. It was the specific place where they all shared the same geography for 10 days each August without sharing the same culture. The Harley boomer and the sport bike rider and the independent builder and the Vietnam veteran were all at Sturgis. They camped in different areas. They gathered at different venues. They rode different roads at different speeds for different reasons. They waved at each other on the highways because that was the protocol of the motorcycle world. They did not necessarily understand what the wave meant to the person on the other side of it. The Black Hills Motor Classic had been founded by Pappy Howell in 1938 with 9 racers and 200 spectators and weenies for lunch in a tent behind a garage. By the mid-1990s, the event that Pappy had turned over to the city of Sturgis in the 1980s was generating hundreds of millions of dollars in annual economic activity for South Dakota. The racing, the flat track, and the hill climb that had been the original reason for the gathering was still happening at the Jack Pine Gypsies track. But the racing was buried under concerts and vendor markets and commercial infrastructure that had grown to match the attendance. The Jack Pine Gypsies still ran the track. The race was still the heart. But you had to know where the heart was to find it under everything that had grown around it. By the mid-1990s, the two cultures that had split in the 1980s had become so distinct that the question of what connected them, beyond the basic fact of 2 wheels and an engine, was genuinely difficult to answer. The Harley world of the 1990s was organized around community, identity, heritage, and the specific emotional resonance of a brand that had survived near death and come back as something that felt more American than any other product in the consumer market. The HOG gave its members events, organized rides, a magazine, a community structure that did everything a club had traditionally done, but with the corporate backing of the manufacturer whose machine the club was organized around. For a baby boomer who had never belonged to an AMA-sanctioned club and had not grown up in the working-class motorcycle community, the HOG was genuinely welcoming. It asked nothing except membership dues and the purchase of a Harley. The sport bike world of the 1990s was organized around performance, technical competence, speed, and the specific culture of riders who wanted to test themselves against what the machine could do. The track days that were becoming a feature of American motorcycle culture through the 1990s organized sessions at road racing circuits where riders could explore their machine's performance in a controlled environment, were the sport bike community's equivalent of the HOG organized ride. But track days asked something different. They asked the rider to demonstrate competence. They sorted for skill in a way that membership dues did not. These two organizing principles, community and membership versus performance and competence, produced different kinds of riders and different relationships to the machine. Neither was wrong. Both were real. But they were not the same thing, and the culture that had built American motorcycling on the shared foundation of mechanical knowledge that both kinds of rider needed to develop was losing its ability to serve as that common foundation. The working class rider who had built the culture, who had maintained his own shovelhead, who had rebuilt his carburetors and set his own points and diagnosed oil leaks by location, was still out there. He was in his 50s now. He recognized the Harley HOG boomer and the sport bike kid both as motorcyclists and both as people who had found something real in the machine. He also recognized that neither of them was inheriting the specific knowledge culture he had been part of. The HOG had a dealer service department for that. The sport bike had become reliable enough that it did not demand the attention a shovelhead had demanded. I personally think the 1990s is the decade when the question, what does it mean to be a real rider, became genuinely contested in a way it had not been before. Not because anyone new to the culture was wrong to want to participate, but because the culture no longer had a single answer to give them. The question of what connects these two worlds, the Harley HOG culture and the sport bike culture, is the question every rider on American roads is still living with. If you know someone on the other side of that divide from you, a Harley rider who has never understood why anyone would want a sport bike, or a sport bike rider who has never understood why anyone would want a Harley, share this video with them. The history of how that divide formed is the beginning of understanding it. Post it in your writing group, send it to family and friends. The conversation that motorcycle culture never finished having in the 1990s is worth starting now. By 1999, the decade had produced its verdict. The Harley hog culture was the most commercially successful motorcycle phenomenon in American history. 1 million members, waiting list for new machines, a brand that had gone from 15% market share in its category in the early 1980s to a position of dominance achieved not through performance competition, but through cultural authority. The Harley had become the American motorcycle, not because it was the fastest or the most reliable or the most technologically advanced, but because it carried the specific cultural weight of American freedom, working class heritage, and the specific romance of the open road that no amount of Japanese engineering could replicate in the American popular imagination. The sport bike world had produced a performance war that ended the decade with the Yamaha R1, 150 horsepower, 177 kilograms, a machine whose specifications would have been science fiction in 1984 when the first Ninja arrived. The performance escalation had created machines of extraordinary capability that the average young American rider could purchase, but not always safely use. The fatality data was real, the competence gap was real, and the performance war was not over. The machines that would arrive in the early 2000s would make the R1 look conservative. Jesse James was still in Long Beach, still building 12 to 15 choppers per year by hand, still operating in the underground between the two worlds that were dominating the cultural conversation. He would not become famous until 2000, when the Discovery Channel made him the subject of a documentary, the most watched show in Discovery Channel history at that time. The seed that had been planted in his mother's garage in 1992 was about to flower in ways that would transform the custom chopper from an underground culture into the dominant motorcycle aesthetic of the early 2000s. But that is a story for the next decade. What the 1990s left behind was the question that neither the hog culture nor the sport bike culture had answered. What is the thing that connects all riders to each other beyond the basic fact of two wheels? What is the shared foundation when the knowledge requirements have been relaxed, when the community has been organized by marketing as well as by genuine affinity, when the machines have become so capable that the gap between what they can do and what their average rider can safely do has become a documented social problem? The riders who know the answer to that question are still out there. They are the ones who maintain their own machines, who understand every system, who can diagnose by sound and feel and smell in addition to the diagnostic code reader. They are in every corner of the culture, Harley garages and sport bike communities and independent builder shops. They are the foundation under the surface that the 1990s made more visible than any decade before it. The surface and the foundation. The 1960s separated them. The 1990s put the widest distance between them of any decade. And the question of whether they can ever fully close that distance again is the question that American motorcycle culture is still trying to answer.